Hey, y'all. Thank you for joining me. There was a lot to, discuss about what happened on Thursday, but I bought a team. I bought a team of ladies who's going to break down what also happened on the Lapeep Network. Let's talk. So let me go ahead and bring them up. Hey, ladies.
Hey.
Hey, happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday, everyone.
It's a lot of people been talking about me in these Manosphere streets. So I just want to do a breakdown, and I just wanted to bring y'all ladies up and get your thoughts and takes on everything that happened. I just want to say first off that I didn't disagree with everything that Pearl had to say. It may have came off that way, but I agreed on some of the things that she said, especially when she talked about BBL and women not being, getting their skills up to be a wife, especially women who want the attention of men. They want to get married and they're focused more on their outer appearance than their inner appearance. So I just kind of want to give her some, recognition for that. So let's get into it, ladies. I have some video clips we're gonna review over. What was y'all thoughts or a reaction to the live?
Can I just start by saying that thank you so much for having me. I am in a peculiar situation right now, so I may go off camera, but I will be here. So y'all know it's me. It's your girl, Kayla.com, period. But I also didn't watch. I don't watch anymore, so I will only be able to do based on your clips because I don't watch. So,
Okay.
yeah.
But have you seen okay, we'll get into that. Okay. Um, so for the ladies who did watch, we'll start with Queen Sheba. What was your reaction to the entire live?
Okay, so let me just preface this by saying when I come onto YouTube, I actually come to learn. Whether it's a bit of gossip, I come to learn something that I did not know. So I came, and when I clicked in, I was taken aback. I was taken back because I'm like, wow, this looks different. I really, this is different. This is a different panel, different faces. So I really want to listen and see what type of information they're bringing. As you guys started to talk, the dialogue did not match the title for me. So I started to listen in a little bit more, and then you want me to keep it real or you want me to keep
We
it
want to keep it
political?
really real on this entire topic.
Okay. All right. So I immediately thought, did she know, meaning you, who was going to be on this panel? Because I felt like it was very imbalanced. I felt like it was imbalanced all the way around, from the men to the women to the skin tone to the talking points. It would have been really nice to see some men push back on the men. And I rarely get to see that on those channels. Normally, everybody echoes the same thing. So it would really be nice to see the men get comfortable with being challenged. So for me, it felt like a setup because I felt like you were the target as it relates to going against your ideology. Now, you say you did not know who was going to be on the panel, right? Is that correct? B. Taylor?
So I kind of had I was told that the women, I wasn't specifically told everybody, just kind of like the normal people. I knew the normal people that's on there every Thursday, like Logic and Antoine was going to be there for sure. And that Antoine was bringing on a guest. He said it the week before that he was going to bring a certain type of guest. But I did not expect everyone that was on the panel until we were in the green room or whatever they
Okay.
call it, the back chat. So
And
I was kind of
okay.
I did not know the panel was going to look like that.
Okay, so I have to hold you accountable, B. Taylor, as a professional, right? I never walk into any rooms that I'm not aware of who's going to be there as a woman. Even, I think that's just our culture. Even when we get invited to like cookouts, what's the first thing we say? Who all gonna
Who's
be
gonna
there?
be there?
So my accountability challenge to you is ask questions. It allows you to come in prepared to do your research on the panelists and to be ready to go. So that's my 2 cents on that.
I definitely will hold myself accountable in that. Once I saw the panel, I immediately knew the angle that it was probably going to go for, and who was going to be, like someone said, the heel, and who was going to be the face. Um, I don't think, regardless of whatever I said, it because of my personality and what people know me for and what I stand for on these panels, I think that it was, you know, angled that way. Um, Shantae, a cheek critique. What was your reaction to the live?
Sorry, somebody would call me right when you're talking to me. So for me, I think the same thing. I think that we all know that these are unpredictable. So I don't know that I would necessarily ask, well, who's going to be on the panel, but that's just me. And you're right, Queen Sheba, I should. From this point on, I should. So because I try to put myself into your shoes. when I saw the panel, I was thinking like, oh, this is going to be interesting. But then as time progressed, I was like, well, where is this going? You know, I agree with Queen Sheba. That was not the topic. I thought the topic would be something a little different, and it was not. But I, for one, going into the conversation, thought that it was going to be an interesting topic. And I thought that, you know, I knew you would be best for the job, especially the first few minutes, because you have some of the same thoughts that I have. But it just took a turn, so to say. And I guess we'll talk about that a little later.
Okay, and Miss Taken, what was your reaction to the live when you saw it?
Again, pretty much what everyone was saying, like, yeah, this is going to be interesting. This is different. But like Queen Sheba, I'm also of the type that I feel that when I engage with people just in general, when I'm looking at things from YouTube, I'm always looking with the premise of learning. I'm just that type of person. I will research the hell out of stuff. I will, just because my nature, I do enjoy learning. I never saw any of the guests before. So I didn't know who Coach K was, or Pearl, is it Pearly or Pearl? I don't know which one. I saw many clips, like those little short clips before, based on what someone had sent me before, but I don't follow her, so I had no idea who she was. So I was very open to seeing what the dialogue, what the topic was going to be about. So that was my mindset going in. As the live continued, you know, it was kind of like, dang. But like, you know, Queen Sheba pointed out, in terms of accountability, I do think it took a turn when you started off on being passionate about what you were saying, and then it took a turn to where it got emotional. And I think once it got emotional, then that kind of changed the dynamic, and then your credibility of what was being said after that, because now that becomes the target, in terms of, oh, she's being emotional, as opposed to your message. So I think that's when everything kind of started going left.
I will say that I'll take accountability that I did get emotional towards the end, because when I first came on, I had a feeling like, I don't think this is a good idea to continue. But for me, I take it as, okay, I am in these spaces here to learn. I don't know everything, but I do have certain beliefs. And then I'm going to tell you what my beliefs are. And maybe as a man in this space, you can tell me why that's not a good idea. I don't come here thinking I know all the answers. I don't come in here pushing my beliefs, because I come in here in these spaces with humility, as in I didn't do everything perfectly. I didn't make every choice perfectly. So when I do join these spaces, it's because I want to find a solution of how women who think like me, how can we come together and build the Black family and build that love and that understanding again. So that's why I came in being honest. I could have been a chameleon. I could have said everything that sounded right. I could have said everything that they wanted to hear. I could have regurgitated Kevin Samuel's talking points, but I wanted to live in my honesty and say, okay, this is what, I think. And I don't understand why we're being torn down for having certain beliefs, or being the butt of the joke, because it's not an inviting space for women like myself or Kayla or Chica Tika Mistaken to come into those spaces and feel comfortable being honest. So it's so easy to be a chameleon and agree with everything, but when you're the butt of the joke and being made fun of the entire time, why would anybody want to join something like that? So do you think that this panel was well wound, like the picks of the panel was well rounded? Um, do you think that it was balanced?
Well, who wants to go? I don't mind going first. Well, it just depends on the the goal, so to speak. I think it would be well rounded if I wanted to know. I think there was an opportunity missed, basically. Instead of attacking who was on the panel, I would have wanted to learn more about the panelists. For example, we know that Coach K is married to someone of a different race, than what I'm used to. So I would love to know more about that. I would more like to know more about, the individuals involved, in opposed to tackling, I don't know. Maybe just come back to me. I'm trying to get my thoughts together.
I'll put Queen Sheba on the spot. Go ahead. Sorry, mistaken. Did you want to go? Okay.
Okay. I don't think it was when it comes to the men ratio. I think the goal is to stay curious. Anytime you're the expert in the room all the time, what are you learning? We know what we know when we speak. I know what I know every time I talk. But when I invite different guests in, it gives not only me, but my audience an opportunity to learn something different, to hear a different perspective. Now, I do feel like you and Pearlie were on the way to doing that. I wish Logic would have pulled back and allowed you girls to go toe to toe. I think that would have been a beautiful, strong engagement. There were a couple of times I was like, men, stay out. Let the women got this. Like, just push back. Let these girls go toe to toe, and may the best woman win. I think when the men interjected, it threw things off, right? You don't have to pick a side. Let the girls go. If this is what it truly is, then stay out of it. I think there was a lot of opportunities that they could have capitalized on, and then the men could have talked, and it could have been inclusive of everyone. Do I think it was well-rounded? Not as well as it could have been, but I think you and Pearlie were headed in that direction. But the men need to know when to stay out.
Miss Taken, what are your
I would say I don't think it was well rounded in a sense of I would say ideology, not necessarily balance between how many women there were, but is also I look at balance between ideology as well as men. So I don't know if the purpose of getting, I'm gonna say 2.5 white women, and the reason I say that is no hit below the belt. I just wasn't sure about the race of one of the I can't remember her name. I know Coach K, she appeared to be white to me, and Pearlie appeared to be white to me. The other young lady, I didn't know what her ethnicity was.
I don't think she was Black.
Yeah, I don't think she was completely Black, but growing up in New York, like, she could have been, Puerto Rican, she could have been Dominican, she could have been Italian. It was just a different look. So I really wasn't sure. So that's the thing. So for her. But for me, I was just saying in terms of ideology and also the male balance. Like, I don't know if the purpose of getting white people was supposed to bring a different perspective, and if so, that's cool. But I would have liked to see that juxtaposed with white male counterparts as well. I know on one of the episodes we did with She Critique, when we were talking about passport bros, one of the feedback or comments that we continually got was the fact that, how are you talking about a subject like that, but then you don't have any representation of those people who are passport bros to get a more balanced, and we agreed, like, after we discussed that amongst ourselves, like, yes, maybe that should have been, something that we do. So next time, let's consider that to make it better. So it wasn't anything that was taken personally. So I think in that regard, we're getting that feedback. That would be the same thing that I would say. If we are going to get people of other races, it doesn't necessarily always need to be where it's just white women to Hispanic women, or like that. Like, let's get the balance of the men in there sometimes too. Like She Critique, it was a female platform, so we had all women. But even with having all women, we still invited men to our show as well.
Kayla, did you get a chance to, because I know you don't watch their stuff anymore, did you get a chance to kind of glance at the panel?
I got to see who was on the panel. I didn't watch. I'm only gonna watch whatever clips you show for the sake of this.
Yes.
Um, but I do think that it's important to have a lot of other perspectives, like other races and things like that. I do think that that's important. But when we get down to the bottom line, it's a black space, and it's black people talking about black issues. Nothing is ever general or we're ever talking about people, because you don't know white people's experience, you don't know Hispanic people's experience, you only know your experience. So just like on cruise season, when Saida talks about the Hispanic experience, she separates that because that's not the same as our experience, especially in a different country. So I think like that is that is like the main thing. Like, it's a black space and we're talking about black people issues. So that's really what it comes down to at the end of the day.
I definitely agree. I definitely agree. And if we are gonna have, like, I don't mind being in different spaces. That wasn't the issue. It just, to me, it wasn't balanced. It's like, so I'm a I'm gonna read out something to y'all, and I'm gonna just say this was probably my concern and how it was set up. Set up as in, do I think that JR set me up? No, I don't think JR set me up. That's just my personal opinion. I don't think JR set me up. I think that the panel lineup, it was intentional for a reason, and it made me a little iffy because of titles like these. Hold on, give me a second. But I'm as I pull that up, do you ladies think that I was set up? Everyone wants to jump in? Yeah.
I'll jump in, but let me go back to when we talk about balance of the panel. Forget the race, forget the gender. How many people on the panel were actually married? If the goal is marriage, how many married panelists are you bringing on? So that's another thought that I had. I mean, is I think Anton's married. Coach K is engaged. I don't know if Logic's married. I don't know if Lapeef is married. I know you're not married. So, like, if the end goal is to build and talk about successful ways to partnership, how many experts are you really bringing on that are married and that are practicing these talking points? That would have been nice to see. Do I feel like you were set up? Absolutely. Period.
I would say, yes, I would say set up in a fact of, like you said, in terms of, I've watched since I just came, in this space, because I typically wasn't in the whole YouTube thing until we started with Sheet Critique. And what I mean by that is, I know just basically a lot of it is about business. What is going to get the most amount, of viewers to get the most income. So in a situation like that, and knowing just based on the little bit of what I've seen in terms of watching some of the shows that you've been on, that it could get spicy. And so I think that's where the setup came, in a sense of, all right, this will be a good person to have in juxtaposition to these people, because it is probably going to get spicy and is going to get the views. So in that regard, yes.
Shantae.
Yeah, I do agree with that. You know, it was so funny because I was watching MTR yesterday because I love MTR, and he played a clip, and I forgot what the clip was from, but it was Hafiz from the roommates, and it was Coach. I forgot the coach's name. And one of the things that Hafiz brought up is bashing Black women is in. You know, that gets the views. That's the monetary. You know, people, the views are there, and the money racks in. So in that. I mean, I don't know. I hate to accuse people of something and they're not, you know, that's not true. But if I had to step out and think of it, it could very well be like a clickbait, you know? So yes, you could have been set up for money, you know, in exchange for views, which we know views means money. So absolutely, I agree with that. With the other, you know, Queen Sheba and Mistaken when they say it was probably a setup. But again, I don't know, so I don't like to accuse people of something if I don't know for sure. But it does seem that way.
So for me, I don't think that, like I said, I don't think that there was like any malicious, you know, with JR in particular. I think that I could have got a heads up or something. Because of the particular person, not because of anything else, just that person. So headlines like these, and I'm gonna share my screen. I'm gonna add Kayla back to the. So I'm gonna share my screen and tell me what are your thoughts about this this particular headline. Just pearly things and submissive white women triggering to Black women. What are your takes on that headline?
Well, I you know, it's funny to me, and I'll speak, you know, briefly, that there were other Black women on the panel. Siobhan was on the panel. Curves was on the panel. But I think that they were just talking about you, I suppose, not being submissive. I didn't see any submission going on to be able to judge submission on the show. But it was one person who seems to have taken the slack for everybody else. But we're all Black women aren't submissive, but all the white women are submissive. I found that to be a little crazy.
I think that's why I was kind of like, this is going to be interesting because I don't have anything against anybody. I don't know Antoine like that, but headlines like that and my face is the face of it. And you're saying submissive, you're bringing race up into it. People are accusing me of bringing race up, right? But the next day when everyone's doing reaction videos, that's literally what everybody is saying. Everybody in the chat is bringing it up. When I did glance at the chat, I was being compared to her. People were bringing up race. So Miss Taken, Queen Sheba, do you want to take the floor on that particular title?
The title again, I think again, it was about like, I have to be honest, that's part of what Anton does. I experienced the same thing as well in regards to not answering a question. I didn't even say anything. I just specifically said, I will not answer this question because I have to consider my family, my job, all of those things. So this is a topic that I'm not comfortable with. And then the pushback was a thing just like you, a show that he did on his show regarding that and basically how I'm a sellout and blah, 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 blah. So I think that's just his thing. And I have to, in a sense, I'm saying that I'm going to respect that. That's how he gets his bread and butter. That's not at my expense, but this is how I get my bread and butter. So I have to protect mine just like he's trying to get his. So for me, I think the headline was, again, based on that. And everybody knows how to clip and dip and snip stuff to make it look a certain way to fit a specific narrative. And I think in that regard, that's exactly what it was. And unfortunately, because like I said before, the emotion aspect came out of it, being emotional, he had enough footage to try to spin that narrative to make it look like that. So now she looks like the submissive one. And then you look like the angry Black woman, which a lot of us get all the time. Even if we're not speaking in a angry voice, or we're just like, we have the facts, we back up what we say. It appears to be aggressive. And so I just don't think that we get that leeway. But in that regard, I think that was intentional, again, to create further content that's going to get people's pockets lined. That's it.
Either Kayla, I don't know if Kayla is there. Kayla or Queen Sheba, what do you think about that title?
I know Kayla has to probably jump off. Kayla, if you want to go first, I can pause.
We can't hear you. I think you're still on mute, Kayla. Okay, well, she
I'll
fixed
go.
her audio. Yeah.
So to respond to the title, I think it's unfair to you and to Pearly that the owner of the show would backdoor that conversation and dwindle both of you down to Black versus white. I would like to see them be a little bit more responsible with their guests so that people are comfortable coming on the show and continuing the conversation. I didn't get submissive from Pearly. You can't get that from a YouTube conversation. What I did get is that she shared some of the same thoughts as the men. How does that translate into being submissive? You don't know that. You don't know what anyone is until you get behind closed doors and actually have a relationship with them. So I don't want them to misconstrue agreeing, thinking along the same lines as submission, because that's two separate things. And I just hate that he took that and put it in a negative aspect as opposed to building on it. Take it, leverage it. What can you build on this? How can you extend the conversation? What points can you drive home? How can you bring all of these people together opposed to creating division? So
Do you
that's my
think
two
that's
thoughts.
do
Yeah.
you even think that's the goal here within in that particular space? Is it about that, or is it just entertainment?
I don't know what his goal is. It did okay, that title was not the goal of building, right? That's a very risky headline. That makes you wrong, and that makes a white woman right. And if
Mhm.
that's the goal, then that's his goal. I guess he can do what he wants with this channel, but when we
Well,
talk about building up, if
well,
the
I
goal
was
is to
just going to
build up,
say real
yeah,
quick,
go ahead.
resolutions don't get paid, right? So if the conversations were really around finding the solutions, and we did, and we implement them, then there wouldn't be any money in it. So to some level of degree, there is this need or idea to not necessarily resolve the problem, and it's not just in the YouTube space, it's in the medical field as well. We don't get to the root of what causes certain illnesses and stuff like that, because if we did, the healthcare system wouldn't be as lucrative as it is. So sometimes not having the problem is good when the goal is, when you have a capitalistic society and the goal is to get money. Finding those resolutions isn't necessarily at the top of everyone's priority list.
So I'm gonna ask one question, and before I start playing the clips to react to, um, and that is, what are your thoughts about Pearly or the women other than me on the panel? And do you think these women in these spaces can become chameleons? And for those who don't know what a chameleon is a woman who kind of replicates, these manosphere talking points just to gain an audience, gain favoritism, and look good in the eyes of men. So they're saying whatever they want to say to kind of get the praisal and approval of these men, but that's not really who they are. We'll start with Queen Sheba.
Oh, so that's what I was talking about when I said balance. I said outside of race, outside of whatever, balance, thought process, ideology. You know, I think you and Pearlie did a great job of speaking your talking points and staying true to what you both believe. The rest of the women, in my opinion, was just like faded in the background, in my opinion. Not because they were wrong or right, but there was really nothing that just jumped out from a panel perspective. I think it was mistaken that mentioned what are their backgrounds. It would have been nice to see some of the other women talk a little bit more about what they specialize in, what platforms they host, what conversations, what experience. So when it came to you and Pearlie, I think you both understood the assignment.
Personally, I would have liked to have heard from Coach K. The little bit that she did speak, I actually agree with stuff that she was saying. I know in these spaces, the purpose is to be able to have a dialogue. If everybody's on the same page and everybody agrees with, each other's points, then you're not going to be able to really have a conversation. So I do think it's very important that you stand firm in what it is that you believe, but also be open to changing some of those belief systems when you are hearing information that is definitely going to provide you the outcomes that you're seeking. With the other panelists that were on there, because their voices wasn't necessarily being heard. And I can't say that it was the guy's fault for that or anything like that. I can't put that on the men. As a woman, you're in these spaces, you speak up, you speak, what your opinion is. And if those opinions happen to align with what the men's opinions are, and you truly believe that, then kudos, let that work for you. But if it doesn't, then I do think that you should be able to speak on that without feeling as if, what you're saying isn't going to be taken out of context and then chopped and screwed to fit a narrative on another show just to, prove. So I think a lot of times in that situations, you may have women who are in those spaces that really feel one way, but are reluctant to really express that because they don't know what the consequences of that will look like on somebody else's show when they are doing the little, points later on.
Kayla, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now. Sorry, y'all.
Okay.
But when I get
Yeah,
home,
no, we know you're not at home.
I'll get on the computer when I get home. But
Okay.
But yeah, okay. So just to kind of address like some things I'm seeing in the different places, I do think that people, like I said when I spoke earlier, that people keep acting like things aren't different per race. Like dating for black people, dating for white people, or try to act like, oh, we're just having a general conversation about dating. Things are different. I grew up around white people. It's very fucking different. Okay, it's not how it like operationally we just are different. Culturally, things are different, and so you know we can say oh, it's just a general space or whatever, but it's not. So it's a space where we're all talking about our experience. That's all we can talk about. No one can say they have the answers to nothing because they only live their life. You know what I'm saying? So they can only speak from their experience, and if they're black, then you're speaking from a black experience. Period. Um, and so I do think that sometimes gets lost. And then when you bring in other people, I don't really know. I just thought that whole thing was weird, and I just feel like there's no decorum in terms of things that happen in the back chat and things that happen privately, and then when we come on the show, things like that. So I just think like that is also an issue, because it's just not cool to me, in my personal opinion. But it's not the first time it's happened. Things like that have happened in the past, where things are discussed in private or whatever, and then they come out on the show or whatever. So,
Right.
or like, I think this happened with Kay like some weeks back or whatever about her student. But anyway, yeah, I as far as the whole setup thing, the whole thing is a setup. Like every week, it's a setup. You know what I'm saying? the question is setting up what is the goal, what is the agenda. Now I don't know, you know what I mean, but per my opinion, views, ratings, clicks. I mean, I work in marketing, so don't get me started on the things people do for views and clicks. But that's just a part of it. That's how money flows, and money is the most important thing to a lot of people in certain spaces, as we've seen. So, I mean, to say what's genuine and what's not genuine when it's monetarily influenced, I mean, that's hard to say.
What do you think about the title that for the millionaire Antoine Daniels millionaire morning show, just pearly things and submissive white woman triggering to black women? I don't know if it
Yeah,
was a question mark with it, but
yeah,
yeah.
it's just reactionary. They want to get a reaction.
Yeah. It looks like your phone is breaking up a bit, but hopefully you
Am
get.
I breaking up?
No, it's still breaking up really bad. Okay, so I'll let her. Kayla, if you can hear me, I'm gonna start playing some clips because a lot of people are saying you lost, but I'm confused. What did I lose? I'm confused. Before I even play the clips, what did I lose? Did she whoop my butt? Like I don't understand.
I think it goes back to what some of the people are trying to say. When you enter into male dominated space, everything is competitive in the spirit of manhood. So I think it's more of the energy, men go at each other all the time and be like, you lost that, let it go. So I'm thinking more of the space and the tone that comes with that is probably what they're talking about.
What about you, Shantae?
The lost part or the part about the chameleon?
Like I lost, she obviously
I
picked
don't think
my
there was anything to be lost. Like I said, I think that, and I think once you play the clips and I'm able to speak on each one of the clips, I think the opportunity was lost. It had nothing to do with you. I think that was an opportunity that we could have learned from different people, and that was lost. For whatever reason, whatever the goal was, it was a missed opportunity.
Oh, and one more question. Do you think the men were pandering? Because I was distracted by the scoreboard. Apparently that's something that they do, but I'm like, I understand for entertainment purpose, but when I kept getting cut off and interjected and laughed at, or, like, she's whooping your butt, it's kind of like we're just having a conversation here. So what
Yeah,
are your thoughts
they
about
were
that?
pandering.
You think the
Absolutely.
men were pandering? Can you kind of expand on that, or who you thought was pandering? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Logic, come on, he panders like every week. Logic is like that mosquito that won't go away, right? I mean, that's comes to be expected. He's buzzing around on every channel. I like Logic, but it is what it is. Can we call it what it is? That's his job in YouTube, to float
Sorry.
from panel to panel as Little Debbie, whatever alias he's operating under. He was definitely pandering. So was Anton. Okay. Because he really drove home a point that caused me to push back and be like, dude, you're married. There's certain things that you need to reframe that. When he asked you, how many men have you busted it wide open for? I thought that let's just talk from a married perspective, come on, can you come up with a different word, right? And I get where he's trying to go with that, because B. Taylor, you kind of walked into that, right?
Hmm.
You kind of
Yeah.
walked into that. And I, as a older woman, giving you a little bit of wisdom and love, you don't ever have to answer any question about your private relationships, especially in that manner with someone that's going to use that type of language, right? I just think there are certain things that you do as an owner of a show. I didn't like the fact that JR stepped in to protect Pearlie, because you asked Pearlie, can you tell me a little bit about your dating life? And he said, hey, before it gets too personal, let's move on. It would have been really nice to see him show up that way for all ladies. So were they pandering? Absolutely. And the reason why I can talk freely and I feel so empowered to talk freely, I'm on my own platform. I don't have to kiss anybody's ass. I can walk into these spaces. I don't owe anyone anything. No one owes me anything. Nobody cuts a check for me. So I can actually show up as who I am, with my own independent thoughts. And that's why I can call out JR, Anton, and Logic without fear of repercussion, without fear of not being liked, right? It is what it is. And that's why I say they need more men on these panels to hold each other accountable, to be like, hey, dude, I think you're going a little bit far. This is a lady. That's it.
What about you, Shantae? I don't know, Miss Taken. I know Kayla's kind of. I don't know if you can jump in, Kayla. Just jump in. I don't want to put you on the spot if your internet connection is kind of iffy.
Hopefully you can hear it.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that's not new though. However, in terms of like certain people being protected and other people not. I think that has been very clear to anyone that's watched for a long time. You know, it's the it's the never mind. Okay.
No, go ahead. We're being transparent here.
So no. I mean, it's what Kay says every show. People pick and choose when they stand by what they believe, depending on who it involves. If it involves someone they don't like, then they stand on the da-da-da. But if it involves someone that they do like, then it's excuses, where it's like people just say anything that sounds good. But there isn't, like, I don't even know if a lot of people even know what they believe because they just say things, you know? So, I mean, that's been very consistent across the board in terms of certain people being protected and others aren't. You know what I mean? And that just attests to how the people feel about you. And that's just what it is.
Miss Taken, how do you feel about it? I don't know if you got to hear what we were talking about.
I just missed it. I'm at my mom's house. She just had surgery. She just woke up, so I'm like in and out, like making her breakfast real quick. So that was it. So I apologize.
No, we were just talking about, do you think there was any pandering on the panel and protecting other people? And, you know, like Queen Sheba said earlier, like a person was able to ask me, do I bust it wide open? But when I try to ask about something to get background before I ask a question, it was, okay, I was kind of cut off on it.
The pandering part, like I said, I don't watch Pearl, Coach K. I don't watch any of them, but what I picked up is that she specifically was speaking the same talking points of a lot of the men in these spaces. So I can't speak to whether or not that is what she truly believes or feels, or if that is something that she's, you know, just saying for, like, you know, based on that is what she says on her platform, you know, in the way that she makes her money. But I can say though, and I got pushback from someone previously in the comments, is if that is what she truly believes, then I would think that her life would reflect that belief system. In the fact that, you know, I said that if she believes in marriage, I don't think it was fair to say that you believe in marriage, but then have the underlying message of telling Black men not to get married. And when I say Black men, no, she didn't necessarily say Black men, but you're in a space where majority of the audience are Black men and women. And then you say, well, I understand why you wouldn't get married. So to me, no, you're not, you know, directly saying don't get married, but, you know, it's the underlying message of saying it without saying it. And so my pushback with that in one of the comments was, you know, then she should be married. If that's something that she truly believes in, and that's the direction that she says she wants to go, then she should get married. And then the pushback that I got is, well, she's only 25. But I said, being in these spaces, hearing what the Black men have told us as Black women has been, the problem is we're waiting too long to get married. We should be getting married in our prime. We're in our early 20s. And our problem is that we push it off and then we hit the wall and then all of that. So we get that narrative. But when I said that, My pushback was, oh, so the rules do change for white women, because it was, oh, she's only 25. And then, and I'm quite sure she has a lot, the man also specifically stated that, well, she, and I'm quite sure she has a lot of suitors that she can choose from. And so my thing was, okay, so she's 25. She's given the excuse to not have to be married because she's only 25, and she'll have many more suitors to choose from because she appears to be, submissive or what have you. And so I think in that regard, a lot of times, I think that's where Black women, I'll say, feel some kind of way, because we do feel like the rules change for others. They're given that grace that we're not. And so, in that regard, when I say, do I think she's saying talking points, I can only go by what she's expressed. She's not married, but she's for marriage. She didn't go into her personal life. She said that she wasn't going to. I can respect that. But I can only go by what was expressed. And so it would lead me to believe that even if if she believes that, then she's not practicing what she preaches. That's all.
So we need to get those likes up if we want to continue this, because I'm hearing that the likes are down. Y'all want to, I'm plan to open up the chat because I am getting hit up by JR specifically. He wants to address something, but if we don't get those likes up, you're not going to see any of that. Okay. I know some people kind of want to jump on. I know that
And one more
earlier.
thing, I want to say one more thing too. And I actually was trying to take up for Q in that conversation as well, because I know, sometimes a lot of people will say Q is one of those, like, I can't remember the term, like they call it,
Chameleon.
like, yeah, chameleon, or like just want to agree with what all the men say. And so with that, in my conversation, I was like, okay, so she Pearlie has the excuse that she's, only 20. Hold on real quick.
Yeah.
That that she because she's 25 and she's submissive. And I said, well, if that's the case, then Q would be married right now too, because she is submissive. She, or at least peers have those same talking points.
Mm-hmm.
So in that regard, does she get a pass too? And then that was the thing, so now it was like, oh, okay, well, yeah, she may get a pass, well, her and Courtney, because they are submissive. And at that point, I don't think it's a Island Q thing or a Courtney thing. It is a man thing. And the fact that if that was the case, you say this is what you want a woman that is submissive, and these women seem to be displaying that, then why aren't you guys wifing them up?
That
And
that that's
and
so
Ellen
true.
Q, I just saw her comment. I'm not saying this to like disparage you or anything. She said, I'm not married because I work. I put work first, which is what she said. But that is part of what the men are saying. That's wrong with us as women, is that we are choosing our careers first. We're, and that's the whole feminist thing. And I know she agreed with the feminist thing mess women up. So if the goal is to get married, I do think that we all need to begin to move in that direction if that is something that we seek.
I will say shout out to Q, because I've seen her on other panels holding both of us accountable. Like she said where I went wrong, and also Pearl. She didn't agree with everything that Pearl is saying. But I do think that she's a very beautiful woman. And it's like, if you guys agree with everything that she's saying, or like a Courtney, like, that is confusing when you bring it to that point.
I do agree with Q. I think women should prioritize career, financial stability, but that's a whole different conversation. But she called that out in the chat. I most certainly understand at 25 years old, she's more interested in building herself as a woman, so that she's able to bring something to the marriage, but for herself. So I back that 100%.
I agree with that too. That was my point when I was having the conversations with other people. And I see, Courtney, you guys are misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying or trying to call you out and say, oh, you're not married either. It had nothing to do with that. It was the defense of you guys because I said that the rules changed when it was Pearlie saying that she wasn't married and she believed in marriage and all of this kind of stuff. And it was like, oh, she's only 25. Whereas when it came to us as Black women, we don't get that same grace. That was the point that I was making. So if I offended you, that wasn't my intention, but I am going to call it how I see it. And it had nothing to do with you guys directly. It was more so on the men changing up the rules when it suits, them. That's all.
Did But Courtney, you're not old, and Q's not old. Like you ladies are
They're
beautiful.
not.
Yeah, I.
No, that's the chat, y'all. They're going at it in the
Oh,
chat.
okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh, yeah. No, they're not.
Did anybody else want to give a take on that? Because I put it in the highlighted it, but Bruiser was asking, what did we think about his stance? To me personally, I felt like Bruiser was kind of like a fly on the wall. He was kind of quiet. What I was told that he was supposed to be the one guy that was balanced. I've been on panels with him with the Kay and Kayla show. So he really kind of didn't say much for me possibly. I thought what it was told to me that he was supposed to be the balance, and that wasn't the case. Nobody pushed back, nobody kind of challenged the other ladies other than me. So maybe that's how I got shaped up to be the big bad villain. But it's like, if you're going to be saying this stuff and we're learning, I'm going to push back, because you're right. Your life should reflect that if that's what you're pushing as the overall talking point. So that was my specific. What do y'all think about Bruiser? Shantae.
I don't remember much from Bruiser. I love Bruiser. It wasn't something that just stood out to me. So I'm sorry. That was a 3-hour conversation. I don't remember much of it.
Yeah. Queen Sheba, did you have any thoughts about that?
What was the question again?
It was Bruiser was saying, what did we think about his presence being on the panel?
I would like to see him amplify a little bit more. Really lean in a little bit more. I feel like compared to I think he makes excellent points. Sometimes he gets drowned out because some of the other men have louder voices and a
He definitely
stronger
did get drowned
presence,
out.
but I would like to see him push back a little bit more.
I definitely would have loved to see that. It's like they were able to like overtalk him and kind of, he wasn't able to make any of his points. But I don't know. Like I said, he was supposed to be there to be the balance, right? But what I saw when I was getting a lot of pushback is that he was kind of adding the fuel to the fire, tagging me and stuff that was basically like, I got showed up and, or I got humbled, and I was like, oh, okay, Bruiser, well, we see where he stands, and that, so I kind of got an idea from that.
But I think it comes with the territory, right? When you think about the space that you were in, but he wasn't disrespectful, right?
He wasn't disrespectful to me on the panel. Now, I got tagged in something that I felt like was disrespectful. And
bring him up later and confront him or ask him about it.
Yeah, because it got him blocked. Because you know what? I am a woman. I'm a woman that's in tune with my emotions, and I don't think that I should be ashamed of that. I think it's okay for women to be in touch with their emotions, because I'm not a man. I don't try to be a man. Therefore, I'm going to have emotions. How I manage those emotions are my responsibility. And I'll take accountability for that once I kind of was in this heat, right? I was fine. But it's when people who are looking out for me, and I had, all these people hitting me up and looking from an outside lens, warning me, because I'm such a nice person and I get taken advantage of a lot. in certain spaces and by people, because I try to see the best in people. And I'm here to learn. Like, I don't know everything. I don't make the perfect, argument all the time. So when someone says, hey, you need to exit out of this, this is not a good look, this is being set up. Okay. But also, I'll say this. I also told JR earlier that day I needed to log off early. I was sick that day already, and I needed to log off anyway. So I stayed on, even though people was telling me to get the heck up out of there. I stayed on, but then it made me start looking at the panel a little differently. Like, what is this? Hold on now. And then I'm looking at everything. I'm looking at everybody different. I'm looking at talking points. I'm looking at the scoreboard. I'm looking at all of that. And I'm like, wait, hold on. I think this is, and I said it out loud, and I probably shouldn't have said that on the panel, that this is a setup. Like,
You
I
can say
probably
what you
should.
want to say. I mean, people
Yeah.
say things all day.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of keeping it real, right? Showing
Yeah.
up just as you are. And I want to keep it real. I was one of the people that told you were being set up. I mean, I was like, get the hell off that panel.
And what did I do? I pushed back, and I was like,
Yeah. And at that point, I was like, okay, she a grown woman.
Yeah.
But I did tell you, go to war. Now, if you go to war, you got to go.
Yeah. And I'm not a confrontational person. So I could have went there the way people wanted me to go there, or like, you should have been like Kayla or something like that. But I also just don't want to step on, maybe that's just not for me. That panel, that space is just not for me. I'm not going to make myself look crazy. I'm not going to give into the angry Black woman stereotype. I'm not going to do that for you guys. So I did keep it respectful. And then once I felt like, once I felt like I was about to get in my emotions, was like, you know what? I already said I'm going to leave anyway. So let me just go ahead and make my exit without saying bye. So I'm going to go ahead and get into the reaction. I know Miss Taken is still, attending to her needs. Thank you for the flowers. We Unlock Nation. I really appreciate it. So we're going to go and react to some of these clips. So let me share my screen. Hold on. Let me share my screen. Video file. I think it was this one. Hold on. Okay, let me know if y'all can hear it. Look, and still have that BBL, and now they'll bring them up in the ranks.
Yeah, but what percent of like city girls like are really cooking? Like,
I don't know. I know a lot of girls that I know cook. Even the ones that get the BBL, they're cooking.
Okay, maybe.
No, they twerking. You know this.
They twerking in the kitchen and cooking.
I was say, why can't you do that?
So not even
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I think I deal with more city girls than anyone on this panel with the amount of people I talk to in a week.
Why do you feel like you surround yourself with those type of people?
Because I do a live show 4 times a week.
But why do you bring on those type of people?
They make good TV.
What is your
so
you're doing it for entertainment?
Yeah.
So that's your whole,
it's an entertaining show. Yeah.
Okay. So when you talk about Black issues, it's more so for entertainment?
I don't talk about Black issues. I talk about dating.
Most of your panelists are Black.
Sometimes not.
Most of them are, from what I've seen.
It depends on the show. I don't do the recruiting, actually.
But you allow it, you approve it, right?
No, I don't know who's coming.
You don't know who's coming to your own show? Okay.
Let me chime in.
We gotta keep it moving. Gotta keep it moving, y'all. Come on.
All right, y'all.
Bruiser tried to chime in, but he stopped him. So
Paul Bruiser, he always getting cut off. What did y'all think about that interaction? That's when I first kind of started challenging her. That's when people were saying I was putting that pressure on her, and they didn't like that. But let me tell you something. It wasn't about race. I've seen her content being pushed by YouTube. I ran across it. I saw it. And I was like, well, what is this? What is her goal here? because I'm looking through her. It's a simple scroll. Just type in her YouTube name and you'll see nothing but a certain type of people she's wanting on her and approving on her platform. So what do you ladies think about that interaction right there? We'll
So
start with you.
I don't mind. And so as a person, I've had an opportunity to look at her shows, and I do think that some of her content is legit. I do like some of the things that she says, but you are absolutely right. She does push this narrative. It's kind of like the loud minority, as if they're the majority, and that is not at all true. I don't think that most girls are city girls. When I go outside, I don't see women being ratchet, twerking down the street. I don't see that on my normal everyday, obviously in the media, sure. But in my everyday, I don't see that. So it would be nice for her to bring in people like us. We know how to conduct ourselves. But with her not doing that, it does seem that she's trying to push this narrative that we're kind of all the same. And you're absolutely right. Maybe it's not Black women all the time, but there are definitely women of color, different types of color.
Okay. What was your observation, Queen Sheba?
JR should have let y'all go at it. That was the second time he saved her. Like, let you ladies go at it. That's what makes a strong ass debate. Okay, that's the first thing. The second thing is Pearly was capping on the part where she says, I do not know who my guests are going to be. Then how do you prepare? How do you prepare? How do you come up with the questions? How do you facilitate the conversation? That was a lie. Even Oprah knows who's coming on her show, and she doesn't handpick them. I mean, that part, come on, guys. White, black, yellow, brown. We got to call a thing a thing. That was a straight up lie. So.
Miss Taken.
I'm sorry. I came in on tail end, so I really don't know what's going on. I just served my mom her breakfast.
Well, it was the back and forth between me and Miss Pearly.
What was the specific question?
Well, it was on our thoughts about what was your thoughts about Pearly when I was basically kind of challenging her. Let's see if I can go back. Hold on. I'll play it again.
I'm sorry. I think I deal with more city girls than anyone on this panel with the amount of people I talk to in a week.
Why do you feel like you surround yourself with those type of people?
Because I do a live show 4 times a week.
But why do you bring on those type of people?
They make good TV.
What is your so you're doing it for entertainment?
Yeah.
So that's your
it's an entertaining show. Yeah.
Okay. So when you talk about Black issues, it's more so for entertainment?
I don't talk about Black issues. I talk about dating.
Most of your panelists are Black.
Sometimes not.
Most of them are, though, from what I've seen.
It depends on the show. I don't do the recruiting, actually.
But you allow it, you approve it, right?
No, I don't know who's coming.
You don't know who's coming to your own show? Okay.
All right, let me chime in. All right, we gotta keep it moving. Gotta keep it moving, y'all. Come on.
Sorry, y'all, for the echo. Yeah, so I wanted to get your takes on that, because one of the things that she said, nobody wants to point it out. If you're bringing on a majority of city girls and they have a certain look to them, what is the agenda?
It's pushing a narrative.
What she even said, she doesn't.
I can't speak. I'm gonna be honest about her show specifically. I can't speak on her show because I don't watch her, right? But what I can speak to is the fact that it did look like you pushed her into a corner by asking specifically, well, why do you have those type of guests on your show? And I think when she, you know how sometimes you say things before you really think about it, she said, well, it's entertainment, it's entertaining. That I think when she realized that came out, then the go back was, well, let me clean it up by saying I don't know who comes on my show. When I think the truth of the matter is that historically, Black people entertaining white folk has been our thing, you know, and that is a part of the narrative that, for me, in my mindset, I want to change. That's why we push the whole educational aspect, but we get pushed back a lot, which is very sad, from a lot of Black men about pushing the idea of education. But like the entertaining aspect, she's doing what has always been done. We take advantage of each other when it comes to entertainment. White people take advantage of each other when it comes to entertainment. It's just about the money. And for her, I think that was basically what she was saying. I get these, type of women and have them on my show because they bring me money. And I mean, am I mad about that? Yes, on a personal level, just because I'm passionate about my Black people and want us to do better and succeed. So in that regard, I don't think that that puts us in a good light or help the issue with us getting ourselves together. But from a financial standpoint, she's doing what works.
So I started to see her page after Kevin Samuels passed away, and I think there was a space for not only opportunity but money monetarily to take that on. And it's someone, we all know Kevin Samuels, when he talked about the dating life and the issues, it was towards our community. And now you're seeing people that are not in our community, kind of taking on people who look like us. It was a little, nobody caught that. Nobody pushed back on that. Nobody said anything. Nobody addressed it. It was kind of like it was just up in the air. But you ladies caught that. It's like the men didn't catch that part where she said, I do this for entertainment. I do this for...
Well, for the men, their purpose is the same as hers. So, I mean, it is about the money. So why am I going to push back on something that right now, having you guys, go at it is going to be higher views for them, which equates to more money. You know what I'm saying? So in that regard, I think what happens is that when we're in these spaces, because we put ourselves in these spaces, so we can't necessarily blame the men for that, in that regard, because we choose where we want to put ourselves. So in that regard, I do think that was a great setup. It was. If your goal was to make money, they did the right thing, and you can't get mad at that. The accountability part comes in is I know that this is the space where that chaos and all of that kind of stuff is created. How do I leverage that to, one, be a representative of Black women that show that we are smart, that we know how to hold our ish together and have these dialogues based in facts and be passionate about it at the same time. But sometimes I know that it's intentional in trying to create the pulling out of these emotions to prove a narrative and then play on that to further make more money. But I mean, if you choose to put yourself in that situation, then I guess on the back end, we can't get mad either. But what we can do is then, accept the responsibility for our part, but then clarify where you're coming from, which is what I think you're doing now.
Did anybody want to give any other takes on what Miss Taken said? Because that was, she was calling that out. So I'm going to go into this other clip. I'm going to add this other clip on so we can react to it. Let me mute up.
What are your thoughts about it? Women should date multiple men at a time to explore their options.
Hell yeah. You got to. You got to talk to more than one person, because if you don't, okay, especially, well, I guess it depends what age too. So if you're like younger, of course we're going to talk to multiple people. Like, you just have to. Like, we're in an age where people like serial date, okay? We are. Like, have some fun, maybe you can have somebody that you're, laying down with, and another one to like take you out, and then another one to do this and have fun, like different, like even our friends, we have friends that are like that. You can only go to the club with this person, or, this and that, like it's the same thing.
Okay. Coach K, what are your thoughts?
I don't think, I mean, what are the definitions? You know what I mean? I think if you're talking and then you find interest in someone that you want to court or date or whatever, I think you should do it one at a time, because our brains aren't supposed to multitask, because it's like you're giving a little bit of attention to all these different guys, and then in essence they're not getting your full attention, and then it's not going to work. You're kind of like setting yourself up for failure, I think. I think you should do it one at a time, you know, get clear, get focused. And then if it doesn't work, then you know right out the gate, versus prolonging it when you would have known this from the start if you had focused on him and him only. So that's what I got.
All right, B. Taylor, what are your thoughts? Women should date multiple men at a time to explore their options.
So I've been in both situations. When I started dating, I would date one at a time, and I realized that didn't work for me personally because I get attached and I wear my heart on my sleeve. So I would get very upset if the guy didn't take me serious, or I found out he was talking to somebody else and I wasn't. I would feel some type of way. So to protect myself, I tell other women that are like me, I say it's okay to date other men. Now you're going to have a roster. I think it's safe to have a roster. You always going to have your favorite, you know, and that's the one that you give the most attention to and take serious. While the other ones, you kind of got them on standby, kind of texting them from time to time, especially when you're like by yourself and he tripping a little bit or something. You texting your other roster of men, you know, to kind of keep you distracted. And, you know, let the best man win, because when your favorite team player is not playing right, you kick him to the curb and upgrade somebody else.
What? I like you, girl. I like you.
But if men look for loyalty, why would he take you serious if you have a whole roster?
If he's looking for loyalty, then he would commit to me. But I'm not committed to anybody.
Well,
that I'm dating.
Like you have to show him what he's gonna get.
But what's
so like if he's getting this already, if he's already getting that like disloyalty before he's even in a relationship.
Disloyalty? I don't owe no loyalty to no man I'm dating.
You're right. You don't owe it. It's not
right.
Like,
and he don't owe me loyalty.
He's not entitled to it, but I think he's more likely to give it to you if you're
No,
if you're
I'm telling you, I've been in both situations, and that sounds nice. I wish that was the case, but I've been in both situations and I got played every time, and it hurt my feelings dearly and then when I told him that's not fair, you're talking to, he's like, we're not together. He'll hit me with that, we're not together. So until a man commits to me and show me that he wants to take me serious and showing me consistency, the dating world is piss poor. Dating world is piss poor out there, and it's a lot out there. So you're going to run across really messed up people that's, you know, have bad agendas. You know, they're trying to use you. They're trying to play games with you. They may have you on their roster. You don't know what you're getting until that man takes you serious and start being consistent. Then you slowly start kind of taking him serious until that man say, hey, I want to take things to the next level. You're not just somebody I'm dating anymore. I exclusively want to court you. Then that's when you, as a woman, then that's when you say, okay, I'm going to exclusively date him and take him serious until he tells me he's committed to me. It's a lot of women out here committed to men who's not committed to them. And I don't know what your situation is and how your dating world is, but I'm telling you, I've been on both sides. All right, I'll let that play out, that commercial, because there's a lot of commercials that's going on in this. So I feel like this is where the men started to really hate me. This is where things took a left turn. This is where the manosphere went up in a roar. I feel like this was the turning point where they went ballistic, because out of all the review videos, out of all the reactions, out of all the comments, this was the one that pissed these men off. I don't even know if I should let y'all go first to kind of elaborate on that, because it was so much that went. You could see the reaction of the men. They were like, oh, they're about to have a heart attack. And the comments in the chats was going crazy. The comments in the chats are going crazy right now. You seeing like people like, oh, roster. Okay, let me explain something. Let me make something very clear. Just because, and this is where I feel like men kind of maybe are jealous or something, where they think that women are just out here sleeping with multiple men. I don't like to hype myself up. So that's why I was trying to stray back. Maybe me and Pearly dating options are very different. That's why I was kind of refraining from that.
They are. Well, let me take that back. I can't assume because I don't know who she dates. So
Right.
let me put it in the context of other white men.
No,
Just
she doesn't date them. She said it on her show that she
okay.
mostly,
See, I don't watch her show. Okay,
yeah.
well then I digress because white women have much more to choose from in terms of availability, marriage-minded men, things of that nature when they're dating within, if they're dating other white men, they have much more to choose from. So in that regard, that's where I was going with that. But I digress if she doesn't, only date.
She says she mostly dates or gets approached by Black men. That's what she said out of her own words on her show. She says she doesn't mostly date men in her own community. I will say about that, and let me clear some things up, is that I was the girl who dated one at a time. And let me tell you what that looked like for me. What it looked like was I met a guy, I would talk to him, I would pour so much into that relationship because I really wanted it to work and he was showing up for me. But men, the reality is, and I made a video about this, the reality is about dating, nothing is guaranteed. That man could be dating you and pursuing you and like you and run into a woman at Walmart and boom, she's taking your place because he's more interested to her. I'm not the most beautiful woman on the world. There's a woman that's going to be more beautiful than me, have a better body than me, and maybe her personality match better with his. So now he's giving me less attention. And I've been talking to this guy for 3 months straight. I've invested so much of my time. I blew off other men who were trying to, pursue me as well. That could have been a good, match for me. But I passed up those opportunities. Those men are now talking to other women and women and not looking my way because I gave my all to this one man where 3 months later that happens. You're going to meet other people that's better, a better match for you. I used to take it personal. I thought it was about me per se, but it was just like, you know what? That man started talking to another woman behind my back. And he started pursuing her heavy, but I felt the energy shift. And a lot of women know what this energy shift is when the man starts pulling back from you, when he stopped texting you as much, he stopped asking you out every weekend. And this is not to say you're sleeping with this man. Let me get something clear. There are many women out here who are protecting themselves. And a lot of people want to claim out that I'm a mom. I am a mom. But the people that, I had a baby with, I was in a full-blown dedicated relationship with for a few years. I wasn't just out here thotting and bopping. Okay. Let's get that straight. So if I'm pursuing you and I believe I don't want any intimacy until I'm in a relationship or whatever. So a woman can date a man and he's pursuing him without sleeping with him. I think there are a lot of women who still have morals, believe it or not. Just because you wouldn't do that as a man, or you would be sleeping with that woman as a man, I'm not a man. So I'm not going to move the way you move. And I think I understand that. And I don't advocate for women to go out and just be with a whole bunch of men intimately. I don't believe in that at all. Let's set that straight. So going back to talking to this man for 3 months, right? He goes and starts pursuing another woman heavy. And I'm feeling that, oh no, he's not talking to me anymore. He's not texting me anymore. I'm kind of getting left in the dark. My feelings are now hurt. I feel a little played. And then there's been times where I'm like, hey, I see this girl on your page. It seems like y'all are talking. And he's like, oh, well, we're not together. If I'm showing you so much loyalty and I am giving my all to you, I think about you when I wake up. I think about how's your day going, and you're entertaining other women. I put all my eggs in this one basket. That didn't feel good. And it made me act in a way where I was territorial. So I'm like, you know what? They're right. We're not together. So I have no right to be territorial over you. Maybe the word roster was triggering for a lot of men. I think that I'll take accountability and say that probably wasn't a nice way to say it. A roster for me is not 10 men on my roster I have in my phone. Who could keep up with that many people and names, for one? Roster for me is I'm talking to I'm texting, I'm talking to. I'm not per se like dating, but these are men that are interested in me and pursuing me. And I may have them kind of like on the side a little bit, like I'll flirt here and there, or I'll let you know how my day is going. Maybe we're just building a friendship. To me, that's dating. Dating is building a friendship with a person to see if you're compatible with that person. Have I went on dates with a whole bunch of men every week? No, that's I have things to do. I don't have a whole bunch of time to just be dating every weekend. So if a man asks me out and I'm talking to all these guys and I'm texting them, the first one who asks me out and persistent and takes me out on more than one date, that's the one I'm going to take serious. That's the one that I am going to put all my focus on. But at the same time, until he commits to me and show me that I am the only person that he is pursuing and dating, I'm not going to put all my eggs in one basket. Now, I've been in a situation where I was dating my boyfriend, and he asked me, "Are you dating other men?" And I said, "Well, I'm not serious about anybody." I made it very clear. I let him know I'm not serious about anybody. He's like, "Okay, cool." Didn't have a problem with it. Very confident in himself, because he knew, like, I'm not worried about any guy you're talking to, because I'm confident that I know that you're going to be checking for me. And he played his cards. He took me out on dates. If you're taking me out on dates, taking me out to things, listening to me, talking to me for hours, where do I have the time to talk to these other guys? They're just in my phone. They're in my phone. Like, as in, if they text me and ask me about my day, I'll keep it real short. Guess what? I'm pulling back from them, just like these other men were pulling back from me because they were giving another woman their attention. I'm pulling back from them, So I'm not going on all these dates. They're just men that I'm not going to sit there and tell them, "Hey, don't text me anymore. I have a man." I don't have a man. I'm still single. He hasn't committed to me yet. To me, that's having a roster. And no, I don't believe in like going on one date. And if that's what that woman wants to do, who am I to sit here and tell a woman, "No, you should just be committed to one man." No, if that's what she wants to do. Now, I will say, do not sleep with all these men. That is disgusting. You need to protect your body. You need to protect your womb. So I will say that I think it is important for a woman to protect herself and protect herself spiritually. And that is being spiritually protected from men who are also sleeping with a whole bunch of women. How are you going to protect yourself, but then you're being with a man who doesn't protect himself, and he's mixing up all those spirits on you? So for that, I would just say you may not like what I have to say, but that's my take. That's my take. That's my take on it. So I'm gonna have y'all jump in. Y'all can agree or disagree. Yeah, I'm gonna just get Queen Sheba. You want to go ahead and start? I feel like you have a lot to say.
I do. I'm gonna take it back to the original question. I'm sorry. So the original question was about, is it fair? Can women date the same way that men can? I said that I thought it was a setup. I still feel like it was a setup. You and Siobhan said the same thing, but the commentary and the feedback was directed towards you. So I still stand on, that's why I feel like it was a setup. Siobhan said the exact same thing. Men say that they can't be honest with women. I've heard that a lot of times. We can't tell y'all the truth. Y'all can't handle the truth. But you told the truth, and people disagree with it. However, you said this is where it turned. You turned it, though. You turned that conversation there, right? And I believe in standing 10 toes deep in what you say, right?
Yep.
I just feel like whether you're a man or a woman, stand on it, own it, right? Is it fair? I can't say that. I can't tell another woman how to date.
Yep.
I can't tell another man how to date. But just know when you go there, you're going to get a lot of pushback. I'm not going to say it's wrong. I know what you meant, right? I know what you meant, So that's just my thoughts on it. I don't want to be too long-winded about the thing, but that's just my thoughts.
Shantae, a cheap critique. What do you think?
Well, I must say, I'm going to be honest with you. When you said that, I was like, I was like, oh gosh, not the roster.
Yeah.
When I think of roster, I do think men with their rosters,
Oh, okay.
I do.
Okay.
I mean, that's just, I'm just, that's what I think, but you did clarify. I think that got missed when you clarified towards the end. People missed that part. But I did hear you, and I do understand what you're saying. You put all your eggs, and that's why I'm saying I put all my eggs in one basket. That doesn't work out, and then all these years are gone, and then you go to, and so I get that. But a roster, it does sound bad because the one you have, it sounds like you have men who you have in waiting, which is not fair to those guys. But then there's a main guy, and if you don't like what he does, then you're going to that one. It doesn't sound right. And then, like you said, they automatically think you're having sex with these people, but you did clarify that you are not.
That's crazy.
Which is so important. I think that men think that way, so we must clarify that. Just because you're talking to somebody on the phone does not mean that you're actually opening your legs to them. Right. But again, the roster, I'm not gonna lie, I was like, oh God, B. Taylor, not a roster. I did like Coach K's stance on that a little bit more than yours, but everything else, but that one, I was like, oh my gosh. But I'm glad you did clarify that. But unfortunately, when you clarified it, it was already lost in the sauce.
It was already, and it's still going to continue being
lost. A roster was roster,
Yeah, a lot of people. That's just a slang word that I use. Like we joke like a roster. I've heard people say that, so I was like, oh, a roster, okay. But I didn't know that was like the roster with the. Anyway, mistaken. What are your thoughts?
I agree. Words matter. And I think the roster thing sounds like you have a long list of dudes that you're dealing with. Yeah. I know also, again, men hear that, they hear sex, right? And we know as women that every time we go on a date or date someone, it does not lead to sex. It just doesn't.
Right, right.
But I think in men's mind, because they operate the way that they do, then when they think that what we're doing is in alignment with what they say, like they use the word roster, that means they do have a bunch of women that they're rotating out. And you use the word roster, they're only going to compare it to what their experience are, what their experiences are in regards to that. But as women, I think we understood, where it was coming from, meaning I'm not going to put all my eggs in one basket. If we're at the dating stage, I'm going to take my time to see who it is that I like before I make that commitment to push everybody else to the side to give my undivided attention to. So I know we know how to read on that, but when you're speaking to a broader audience, some people are just not going to get it. So I think like when you said the roster, it just went left, because then it becomes, see, this is the problem, women be sleeping around, and I know that it had nothing to do with that. I think also the other thing is, if you are dating with a purpose and your intent is, I want to date to find who would be my, my match, and then ultimately lead to marriage. You can't put your egg in one basket if you have not taken the time to actually explore and understand what it is you are compatible with, what is going to, be your potential mate, be your potential husband. I think that's the point of exploring your likes and dislikes in your 20s when you're young, because you have no idea what it is. You're still trying to learn who you are. So trying to learn who you are in relation to somebody else, you are going to need time to do that. But the goal is to minimize the sexual contact that you're having while you're exploring these options and learning who you are. But for, I think, most men, what they see when they hear, oh, I'm dating other people, for them that translate into, oh, I'm having sex with other people. And so you just have to be mindful of that.
Or they can think that she's just spending these guys' money because she's going on dates with them and she has no intention to date them. They're not thinking phone conversations. They're not thinking any of those things. So,
yeah, and that's why I'll take accountability on that. I used the wrong word for that. And you can call it what it is, but I use the wrong word for that because I don't use men for their money. I don't like even going on dates or wasting my time with men that I don't see foresee a future with. If I'm not interested in you, we're not doing anything. We're not going out. Now, if you're a friend or like a guy friend or whatever, I don't mind going out with a guy friend, but I pay for myself when I do go out with a guy friend. But I don't even have that many guy friends. So, but
I want to add something really quick because somebody's challenging me to say something to you, but I've already said it when we started the show. I guess they feel like, maybe you shun away from responsibility and or accountability. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I did tell you I wouldn't talk about intimacy or sexual experiences on a panel of men publicly. I think I've said that before, but maybe they missed that. And the question was, would I have shared that information? No, I would not have. But I think I said that earlier. So I just wanted to be very clear that we do hold you accountable. Yeah. But you are a grown woman. You're not a little girl neither. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not, I can't, that's it.
I don't think that question should have even been asked or assumed. But, if I'm being challenged where people are thinking I'm out here just doing that, I'm going to stand up for myself and I'm going to stand 10 toes down and say I'm not regardless. That's why it's a lot of women out here. They'll tell you that they're a virgin and men don't believe it. Or they'll tell you that they're not out here having sex with a whole bunch of people and they don't believe it. So at this point, I really don't give a damn because it's like, you're not going to believe me anyway. You're going to look at a woman like me. Yeah, I have kids. So I have 2 kids and I'm in very long-term relationships and I'll own that because I saw Quest in the comments trying to shame me for being a mother. You can't shame me for something I'm proud about. You'll never shame me about something I'm proud about.
And let me just tell you about single moms. We do not have time today. If you're putting all of your energy into making a well-rounded kid, we are not in these streets. That's why I'm on here with you guys because I got a kid in the background. I can't go nowhere. I'm at home. Nobody's got time for the streets.
Yeah, it's like, okay, yeah, I'm not married.
I'm ready to go out because they're dating and single, ready to mingle. When you got kids, that goes on a back burner.
Yeah. And it's like, I said what I did with younger and it worked for me. I'm not going to sit here and expose my status of my relationship because I'm not married yet. And I keep my family like private until y'all want to see this ring on my finger, which I know in the future it will happen. Best believe it's definitely the option that is out there. So I'll say this. I own that. I own my mistakes. And if you actually follow me on my channel, you'll see I've made videos of don't be like me. Don't make the mistakes that I've made. I am a prime example of that. So you can't shame me with something about, oh, this doesn't work because she's da-da-da-da. When I had my kids, I was dating one man at a time. So that doesn't mean anything. And there's women out there that don't got a ring and no kids. So
let me just say this because I got to knock this one out right here. This young man says, well-rounded kids from single mothers, laughing my ass out. Look at this stats. Young man, my son is at an almost Ivy League school, 30% enrollment rate at the college that he goes to on an academic scholarship. He is a great kid. So don't give me that stats, Black single mothers can't raise well-rounded kids. Get out of here. Okay? I have a great son, high achiever.
And being
never been in trouble. Not even a referral.
And I want him to go with my niece.
She's trying to hook him up with her niece because she knows I raise him right. He's going to be correct. Okay? Trust and believe that.
And single mothers doesn't mean that the father is not involved in their life.
Yes, his father is awesome. Absolutely. Thank you. His father is very involved. Awesome. Yes.
Yeah, we'll drop the link at the end because I know a lot of y'all ready.
And we ready too.
Yeah. So come ready because my panel not gonna play with y'all either. I don't know if y'all want to go ahead and continue to listen to what other people had to say about that subject, but I kind of think we kind of got an idea. I just kind of wanted to highlight on what I said about that. Hold on, let me share my screen again because I have like I said, I have a few clips that I wanted to share with you guys, clip by clip. So let me add that in. Okay. Let me mic up for you.
Right underneath me. He was right. Hey,
Wait, for a second. This is going back to Logic trying to call me out. I'm gonna get y'all take on that because I'm gonna get y'all take on.
we was in the green room. She all started up the terrorists.
You love that I'm underneath you, so okay. Well, that's better. That's better.
I had to put on my hater blockers on because I said you was hating in the green room.
I wasn't hating. I was calling it out for what it was. Okay.
Address the hate in the room then.
Let's let Lil Peep start the show.
No, well, you gotta get the hater out before we can start because we want to have a genuine conversation. So
I just feel like it's not balanced, and we're gonna see it for what it is. Look at the panel. We ain't got no other man of any race on this panel.
You got Bruiser, or is that his light?
And you know I'm half European and half Cherokee Indian. But why gotta always be a race thing with terrorists?
If we're gonna be talking about certain topics about our community, and then black men love to compare us to other races of women from beauty standards and all, then let's have another man from a different race up here so we can have balance so they can tell y'all about yourself.
Nah, we ain't worried about that.
Oh, shit. I know y'all not. Okay, that seemed to stir up a lot of the men on the panel. They kind of felt some type of way about that. All I said was just, let's get some different perspectives from men from different cultures. All we're hearing is these same talking these same talking points from these men. And we're not hearing the other side, but we get to hear the other side and get compared. And just like the video where it said submissive white woman triggers black women. It's like it's just like, you've seen it before, ladies. We get stereotyped. We know we're going to get stereotyped. I stand 10 toes down. I was not going to become a chameleon. And guess what happened? I got compared. So if people want to sit here and say it wasn't about that issue, then why am I being compared? Why was the comments bringing up that before Logic was bringing it up? Logic brought it up to the forefront before the show even got started. That's not even something I was even going to talk about. But it's like, no, I'm going to force you to talk about this on a public platform and put that angle and that energy out there for the audience to linger on. So what are your thoughts about that? We'll start with, Queen Shiva, all right, unmute it.
Logic is hilarious. He said, terrorists always bring up race. So does snipers. So the men in these areas and in this area on these platforms are snipers to me because they talk about other women of other races being better than black women. I thought your ask was fair. I thought it's fine. How come she can't push back as a woman? These men push back all day, every day. So if you can give it, I hope you can take it. So I thought it was fair.
This is my thing. I'm kind of feeling some kind of way in regards to how it was brought about. Like if the topic of discussion came up in the discussion as opposed to it coming out with it, to me, it appeared as let's start this beef. Let's get it going. All right. That's the way that it appeared to me. Like, yeah, let's chop it up. Let's start it right now. I don't think it came from a genuine place of let's put it on the table. Let's have this discussion to have like some kind of resolution to it. For me, it came across as let's start this beef. This is going to get good views. And for me, I think that's where the part in which Logic played in that, I think, was very out of line, especially if the conversation took place behind the scenes, away from the public, and then to throw it out there like that, as if, to create this narrative, I think was very disingenuous, especially when a lot of times some things that are being said are out of line in public, but then you make the apologies behind closed doors. And so the apologies need to be just as public as the disrespect. And that's where I have the issue, is that that part didn't necessarily even have to be a part of the show. Whatever y'all said behind closed doors or behind stage was y'all's business. And it should have stayed as such. But was the topic of conversation valid? Yes, because a lot of times as Black women, we are always compared to others, right? And so the issue that I have with that is that when we bring it up, then it's always comes across as if we're the one with the problem. But yes, there is a problem when we can't be seen the vast differences of type of women as who we are, because we're just grouped into one lump of Black women. And this is how all Black women are. And then we're always juxtaposed to other ethnicities and races about how much better they are than we are. And I think that setup right there was just it wasn't necessary.
A cheat critique. Did you want to go ahead and chime in?
Well, I would say, yeah, I agree with everything Ms. Stickett is saying, but I can't fault you, because I was thinking the same thing, but for a different reason. I was thinking, well, we're going to have white women here. Why not have white men? Because if it's men talking about their issues, all men and all women, we need a balance, because like Coach K said, she doesn't date, she's with a white man. So why not hear their concerns as well? Because it's my understanding Chads aren't happy either. There's a whole manosphere full of white men who are equally unhappy. So we're going to have the dialogue, and the goal is for us to better understand each other. Then we should definitely have all people who are represented, so that the dialogue can take place in a honest, genuine fashion.
And let's not act like we're not smart here. Let's call a spade a spade. But go ahead, Queen Sheba. It looked like you wanted to say something.
I know you're about to open up your link, and you're going to extend the courtesy for people to come on here. There's a lot of people that support you in the background, but they wouldn't dare support you publicly for whatever reason. If you come on here, I'm going to call you out. Hold on. If they come on here playing those kind of games, I'm calling them out. Say the same shit that you say behind closed doors, or don't come on here.
I agree. So what a lot of people want to say, well, it happened in the green room. It wasn't even like something big happened in the green room. I think that's kind of putting people on that. It was just what I said in the green room is what I said on the panel. I said that I feel a little iffy about where this angle is being, what's happening here, because I've never seen it before. I've never seen that before. I've never been on a panel, but I know that they're Manosphere, and I've seen Manosphere compare Black women from our looks to our attitudes, to how we were raised, to our family life, our relationship with our fathers, what kind of mothers we are, from our careers, from our education. We're always being compared, from our hair to the wigs to the makeup, all of that. And I think every woman on this panel, I see you shaking your head, y'all all understand that we have been compared. We see it on YouTube. I've seen it in the comments. So seeing those things, that's going to alert something in my brain to say, what is the angle here? Hopefully it's not like that. I hope it's I hope that it's a balanced conversation, because if I say something the men doesn't agree with, and the other women from different communities say something that they do agree with, that's going to get twisted on why we don't date y'all. We see that all the time. There's a whole movement going on about the passport bros. So if we want to be real about it, and everybody wants to play lost, Okay, they want to act like they don't see this. This is not a thing. This is the passport bros don't exist, or men saying I give up on black women because of this, or I don't date black women because of this. How many times have we heard this? I don't date black women because y'all are da 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 da, and this is why I date a white woman because da 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 da, and I date another woman of a race because da 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 da. How many times have we heard that publicly said, not just on YouTube, but maybe in our face, maybe by our family members, in our own community? We have heard this time and time again. So when I see that and I see how everything happened with Kay and Kayla, I'm like, hold on now. What is the agenda? That was my concern. I don't mind being in spaces with different people of different communities. But when I am, I'm always being compared. My beauty is being compared even when I'm on the cruise season. I had this discussion behind closed doors with another young woman from a different community. And she says, I see how they do you. She even admitted it. She said, I see what they do, but trust me, they don't treat us any better, blah, blah, blah. She had her own, explanation about that, about the passport bros. She don't believe in it. She thinks whatever. So knowing that, and knowing I've been compared in the past, regardless if anybody brought up whatever, I'm always being compared regardless because of what my skin is and what my hair looks like. Like, I don't even feel comfortable wearing wigs or whatever because it's just like, it's going to be a topic of discussion. Whatever I say is being dismissed. So when I saw that, I was like, I just hope that you guys are going to be fair. But they proved my exact point and feeling when the title came up: submissive white women triggers black women. That is why I bought that up, because I did not want it to be that. Ladies, any take on that?
I mean, that was, you said it. I agree.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go ahead. Like I said.
Did you have the clip? Did you have the clip about the marriage thing? Are you going to discuss that? Because that was my biggest issue of the.
Can you bring that clip up? Because that's when I logged
I
off.
don't know how to,
Okay. I can probably try to find it once we go through these.
Which clip?
It was towards the end where Pearlie said she doesn't believe in marriage or something like that.
No, she didn't say she didn't believe in marriage.
Oh, okay.
What she stated was it wasn't a benefit to black men. I mean, to men, period. And I do agree that legislature needs to change. We would have had, if it would have been emphasized. Do you have a clip? I wanted you to play it if possible.
Okay.
Do you have a clip?
I'm probably going to play this one, and then if y'all can start the conversation, I can go through and try to find it. Is that fine?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Go ahead and play the one you're going to play, and then I'll go into that.
Can I just address, I just saw, I know you haven't read the comments yet, but I just wanted to say something to Quest. He said y'all are being compared to women from other cultures with better results. But what he's leaving out is we're being compared to women of other cultures with better results because they also have different men that they're in the relationships with. So when we looked at the stats, because as she critiqued, we did have a conversation about this. And just in our research, what we found was that Black men in interracial relationships, their divorce rates were higher on average in those relationships than when they were married to other Black women. And so when we begin to compare, we want to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples. They have better results because culturally they match up, those kind of things. They're reared different ways that aligns with their culture. So yes, they're going to have better results because their culture isn't as wrought with as many issues as our culture is. So it's not a matter of follow them and what they're doing when they don't necessarily have the same issues with the men of their culture that we do.
Wow.
I wanted to point that out.
Man, anybody want to respond to that?
I read the same stats. We did have a whole episode on that. She is correct.
Wow. And she left no crumbs. So let's go ahead and get into this. And then I'm going to try to find the clip of what Miss Cheek Critique was saying. Okay. So I do agree that it has that it's gone out of style because everyone is getting them. When women, that was sacred to women of color, we naturally grow like that, and not every woman of color grow like that. So when a man would see that, it was praised because it was rare to see a woman who was perfectly shaped like a Coke bottle. That was a thing. But for the longest, we were shamed for our curves. Our hips, our butts, our legs, everything was shamed. The white girl was the beauty standard. Her small frame, her I don't know. I don't want to say boyish body, but they want them to be really small, thigh gap, all of that. That was the trend. So our curves for the longest wasn't praised. We had Beyonce, we even had J-Lo, but she was a Hispanic girl. So it was mostly like, praised in that way. But once Kim Kardashian stepped out with Ray J, that's when it became popular. That's when it became popular. Kylie Jenner made the lips popular. Black women are, the standard of that they're replicating now. Now it's gone too far where you're seeing Black women who naturally had a nice body ruining their bodies now with these BBLs. Like I know people personally who had great bodies and they went and got it big because that's what's in, and they think that that's what men want. And I can't say that women who try to say I don't do it for men, I do it for myself. You're doing it for yourself to feel good from the validation that you get from men. So at the end of the day, you're still doing it for men. I just kind of wanted to play that clip because everyone is missing over the parts where I actually aligned with Pearl. They just thought I came out the gate disagreeing with everything this woman was saying, piggybacking. Like there were times where everyone were in agreement. But what they want to focus on and make it seem like I was honing in on her and going against everything that she was saying. We agreed when it came down to the money situation. And the other women were saying, oh, I don't want to date a man that makes $40,000 a year and it's all of this other stuff and this and that. We've had those discussions. There were at times where I said, I actually agree with Pearl. But nobody wants to talk about that. I think, like I said, they were mad about the roster comment and, a certain panelist bringing up a situation that had nothing to do with what was, they bought something that was said in the back chat as in, am I safe here? Am I, is this space going to be safe for me to share my opinions, even if you guys don't agree? Am I going to be compared? That's all that was. So for those that's like, oh my God, what was said in the back chat? Now I can say that this woman specifically, that was a question like, oh, we going there. Okay. We're going there with this person. So like I said, y'all can go and like check that out. But any feedback while I try to find this video clip?
So I don't understand the BBLs, but do what makes you happy. But I also don't understand the beards that look like road maps with those white lines. I mean, but who am I? You know what I'm saying? So to each his own. You get what I'm saying? Like where do we start if we're going to pick people apart? Do what makes you happy. Women do stupid shit, men do stupid shit. At the end of the day. But it's funny because you got a lot of flack about being too emotional. I had to go back. I was like, let me go back and watch this because I don't want to be biased. Like, I'm not here to be like, yes, B. Taylor, whatever. I don't hold those kind of conversations with you. That's not how I show up. I show up with you really, really real. But let me go back. I was like, let me go back and watch this. And for one time, my husband actually, he doesn't watch this, but he watched it with me. And you know what he said? What point are the men trying to make? Women are beautiful all around the world. You can't really debate that. All of y'all are different. All of y'all are beautiful in your own way. And why are these grown ass men? He was so confused why grown ass men would jump on YouTube to depict or pull apart women's bodies. But that's what I mean by balance. You got to have balance. You got to have men that are for that conversation, men that are like, what are we talking about? Women that are for it, women that are like, what are we doing? So, it's, how old are we? You know, that's what I thought about when we're talking about how big somebody's butt is. How old are we? That's it.
Also, y'all want to say, where did I get emotional? Can we address that elephant in the room? Where did you guys see me get emotional? Was I emotional, erratic, disrespectful, aggressive? All these words that these men are kind of like throwing on me that fit the stereotype. What are y'all takes on that? And then I'm gonna play the clip because I found it. I think I found it.
I can't remember specifically. My mind is so bad, but I do remember in the moment of watching it that I was like, uh-oh, they're about to go in because of the way it came across, right? And I think sometimes as women, because we are emotional, sometimes we misconstrue passion with emotional. And I think a lot of times when you are speaking in passion, when you're passionate about something, it is because it is more proactive. You've already, let's say, done the work, done the research, which has guided your feelings toward this specific subject. It involves like your mind and the way that you think about a particular subject that you've that you are aware of. You've done the research. Whereas I think emotional, when you get emotional, is a lack of mental judgment because you're being driven by your feeling per se, and not necessarily about what you've learned. So then your point becomes, addressing how you feel, as the point is not, when you're passionate, the point that's being addressed is done based on what you have found out about the subject area a lot of time. And typically when you're passionate about something, it aligns more with a successful outcome, as opposed to when you're being emotional because you're lacking some of those critical thinking skills. Because when you're caught up in your emotion, your critical thinking skills kind of go out the window. And so then it becomes a subjective argument as opposed to an objective argument. So your mind is still open when you're passionate to get engaged with more information to make a more well-rounded either argument or have a more well-rounded understanding. But when you're emotional, you're just cut off from really trying to receive anything, and you're just caught up in trying to prove your point, and it becomes subjective. And I think, I can't pinpoint exactly when I saw that in some of the dialogue that occurred.
Okay. Chief Critique or Queen Sheba, do you want to point out when you saw me getting emotional? Because this is the same thing as when I was challenging Antoine on about his statistics on men, and how they feel, because he said he coaches men, but I said, well, is that where's the stats in that? He's basing that off of experience. So if I'm saying what my experience is, then it's invalid and emotional. But when he can say, well, this is my group study, my own group study from my own community, from the people that reach out to me, this is going to be facts to, to what I'm saying. So he was saying, no, this is facts because in my own study group, in my own community, this is going to be facts. But when I talk about my experience, it's emotional. I can say that I probably was emotional towards the end, which is just like, and I'm going to just go ahead. And, I already told JR that I was going to log off early anyway. So let me just go ahead and cut this short. Before I do get emotional. I don't feel like I was emotional per se, but I felt myself getting to that point when I kept seeing women saying, get out of there, you're being set up. That's when I got emotional because I kind of felt a little jaded in that moment. I was like, I got to get out of here because this is a little.
I felt like the men were more emotional. I felt like Anton checked the hell out of logic when he says my kids and your kids are not the same. But you see nobody push back about that. That was a real fact check. And then Logic caught it and was like, whoa, what you say? And he said, I said, basically, my kids and your kids are not the same. My child runs a $50,000 business.
Whoa.
But you see how the men back off from each other? I mean, come on, let's but you see what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I felt like that was a very emotional exchange. I mean, now we're talking about kids and whose kids are better, but you didn't check that man. You over here playing in the women's playground. Check that man that just called out your child, basically insinuating that his kids are being raised better. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, I didn't even.
And one thing I do want to say is that I do have to say, with JR, when you did leave, he did, say that you had to leave. So he did call that out. And I've been in that situation where I said early on, I have to check out at 11 o'clock. That's my curfew my husband gave me. I gotta go. And then once 11 o'clock hit, I bounced. And then the topic the next day was, oh, she couldn't handle the heat of being here on Thursday, that became the dynamic.
Yeah.
And Kayla was the one that corrected it and said, no, she told us early on that she had to leave.
Yeah.
So that is, part of, again, the game.
I do appreciate JR for saying that, because it wasn't because somebody ran me off. It was like, oh, good timing. Because I've been getting hit up saying, get off of there. And I stayed for an hour and a half longer than when people were telling me to get out of there. It was just time for me to go already. So it just, it just worked out in that way. She critiqued. Yes.
So I just wanted to say, so I can't remember the point, the when you got, the emotional part, but I do remember being on the phone with Mistaken. I was like, oh my God, like, I think she's going to get the emotion. Let's take the emotion out. So I remember making those words. That's why we say emotional, but defense is emotion. When you feel like you're being attacked, it's natural for you to show some type of emotion, so I don't think you did anything wrong as it relates to that, but I think it's just reading another woman's face and you just know, like, oh God, we might want to abort mission. It's just knowing where this is about to go.
And
let's reel it back.
Right. I could if y'all thought that's emotional, I'm just like, okay, like, yeah, I got out of there before I felt like emotional. So somebody pointed out in the comments how I came at Coach K. I didn't come at Coach K. I actually agree with a lot of things Coach K had to say. I think that I wanted to ask her a question specifically about her community. So before I asked the question, I had to set it up to make sure that this question was, I was asking about her fiance. Yeah, her fiance, if he is from a different community than our community, because the way that was being displayed about the men, right? $40,000. Does money matter? We're being taught that money should not matter. You should take a man on no matter what his income is. So what I wanted to ask Coach K was, is that also being taught in your home? Is that also being taught in your community? People took that, I think because of the dynamic between me and the other panelists, they thought I was coming for her, but it wasn't. And I think she even probably thought I was going to come for her, but it was genuinely me asking, okay, since we don't have another man from a different community here, maybe I can ask through her. But obviously she was on the defense mechanism and was like, no, why are you asking me? No. Like, she was like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about this. I'm like, obviously we can acknowledge that there is a cultural difference between others. And that's all I was setting up. I was setting up a question to make sure, because if her husband wasn't of a different culture, I wasn't going to ask it. I was going to ask the question. But because she did say, I was trying to ask, but it got lost in translation because people's reaction. And I was like, oh, should I even ask? Like, why is everybody acting crazy? Okay, well, let me, but that was the setup for it. I never came for Coach K. I agree with some of the things that she had to say. That's why I just got quiet on certain parts. I said whatever I had to say, but I got a lot of pushback. People want to say I was pushing back on Miss Pearly, but it was more so her pushing back on everything I was saying. So she was also coming for me, but nobody wants to address that because I answered the questions that were asked. And, even with her in Curves for Life, it was like an exchange of like, just answer the question. Don't worry about what I had to say. Just answer the question. And why y'all coming for her? She asked this woman a condescending question that was kind of like try to laugh at her, like, you talk to a man without a car? Nobody said anything. So it's kind of like, if y'all gonna hold people accountable, like y'all looking at it from a biased eye. What do y'all have to do? Anybody want to give comment on that before I play the video? And then after
I do want to say, because I think somebody in the comment, I can't, and I'm not going to scroll up, said something. It was never about race. You brought up race. In my opinion, if it was never about race, then even the aftermath wouldn't be about race.
Exactly.
Meaning when you do clips, it shouldn't be white woman against black woman. It should never be about race. If that were the situation, the only person who would have brought up race is you. But because we're seeing the aftermath and race is being brought into the aftermath, then it clearly was maybe about race. You understand? So I just wanted to bring that point up.
Okay. Did anybody want to give commentary before I play the video? No? Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and let me share it. Share my screen. Let me mute up.
Think like what do you need the piece of paper for? Like, what do you need a piece of paper from the government? You could still do the ceremony. You could still do everything. Like, why does she need a government contract that she's paid to leave? Like, that's what I don't get. And on top of that, like, I'm not saying like I think men should be realistic, but the point is, like, those are the odds. Like 25% chance of a happy marriage, probably lower. So
well, the government used to hold couples accountable so that they couldn't just up and leave. We don't have really community, so you can't really shame, your sister or whoever, like, okay, no, you need to work this out. But I think, again, it requires an extra step, and people don't want to be uncomfortable. People are lazy. So if I know I have to go spend money to go get a divorce attorney, whatever, and do all this, okay, I'm speaking to sane people here. I don't want to do it. I would rather work on my marriage, but that's not, most people.
Yeah, and I think from
unfortunately,
but I think when it's like not your assets on the line, it's easy to say. But when it's their
I agree with the laws being changed for sure.
Yeah, and
so
that's
I don't think we should have no fault divorce. I think that should be a policy initiative. Like, working on that should be at the forefront. I'm sure a lot of men are working towards that. More women should be also, if they want to be.
I want to reboot the old sitcom Step Right Up, and I want to do it with you.
Hold on, y'all. Let me. Cause look, these commercials are like crazy. But She Critique, is this the part where you were talking about?
Well, no, and I wish you could compare it to the video I sent you when she was on the other guy's channel. But it's okay.
Okay, so can you kind of like elaborate on that part?
I'll try. I'll do my best. So while her message is the same, and I will give her that, her message is the same. It was just presented differently on another platform where there was a white commentator, like he was a white host. She never stated that it was a bad deal for men. All she stated was it was great for the kids. Which she did state that it was great for the kids, but she emphasized it's horrible for the man with us. But when she was over there, she emphasized how great marriage was for the children. Okay. So, and I wish I sent you that. Gosh. But another thing too is I thought it was, like I said, I thought it was a missed opportunity, because the reality of it is most white women get alimony, not black women. So this would have been a great opportunity to say, well, why do you think that is? Most white women are the ones who are getting alimony, if that's the issue. Another thing is, if we're going to talk about the legislation, that's put in place, let's talk about that, because I believe that some of those things need to be changed. I'm the one who doesn't believe that women should get half of your earnings. If you are rich when I married you, I should not walk away with a half of your earnings. So I agree with that part, but I feel like it was more of it implied that men shouldn't get married. And the real issue to me should have been, okay, we're going to focus on things that need to be changed as far as laws, then let's focus on that. But if we're going to talk about alimony, then okay, sure, let's talk about alimony, because as a white woman, why are most white women getting alimony? Because even in the court system, they favor white women with alimony. Let's look at that. That's a missed opportunity to me, because that could have been a conversation to be had.
I also want to say I push back on Pearl's being dishonest about her mother. She comes from the 1%, I think top 10% or 1%. Her father, she said that he's a CEO. She doesn't have the same lifestyle upbringing as a lot of the people that she's surrounded by. She said she grew up with nannies, plural. She had 9 siblings, or including herself. Her mother worked for her father, and she's saying women just need to get out and work when she has not lived this particular lifestyle. And that her mother would be just fine if her father left and took all his resources. I think she was being disingenuous, or maybe that's what she truly believes because she's never seen it herself. And no one had any pushback on that. She says that women shouldn't get anything. If she built with a man for 22 years, why should she be entitled to anything? And I pushed back and said, well, this woman made a space for this man to be great. She took care of the kids. She took care of the home. She took care of the responsibilities, the doctor's appointments, all the planning and everything for the family. And you leave her and the children in a situation, or especially the mother of your children, your wife, in a situation where she cannot provide for herself. And I use this particular example of a man leaving his wife of 7 kids, where she worked. She was the mother. She did everything in-house. She served her purpose as a woman. She had no college education, no work experience for 20 years. And you expect her to step out there and work again, and that she doesn't deserve anything. What do you, y'all give y'all response, and now I'm bring up people in the back chat.
You can go, Queen. I have a response, but you
Okay,
can go.
I'll go really quick. I'm a product developer for a living. I design and develop products. I have to represent 3 people: the customer, the client, the stakeholders. But at the end of the day, my responsibility is to make them money, to generate profit. I have to understand the market, the needs, the competition. Okay. Pearly understands the game. The goal is profit. And some of y'all come on to YouTube looking for a feel-good moment, and she gave you that. She said exactly what she needed to say to make you feel good so that she can generate profit. If you are a man who do not want to be married, she said marriage is not important. But in another breath, she said, I want to be married. So, hey, she understands the assignment. And a lot of you are coming and you listen to what makes you feel good, and you don't test the spirit. So, hey, if that's what makes you feel good, then hey, go for it.
You know what, Queen Sheba, I like that. I absolutely agree. But and to go off of what you were saying, B. Taylor, one of the things that stood out to me, because I do follow her, and that's one of the things that I had, one of the issues that I do, I feel I get lost with her. One of the things she mentioned, you're right, about her mom, how mom worked for her dad. But then I think, well, if I worked for anybody else for 20 years, would I not have retirement? Would I not get unemployment if I lose my job? And then to think after 20 and 30, we're talking about 20 and 30 years. I'm not talking about a woman who met you when you were already there. We're talking about a woman who went through sacrificing with you to help you get there. So she worked for him 20, 30 years. If he divorced her for whatever reason, she would have to go into the workplace as entry level. That means she lost 20, 30 years and she has to go in as an entry level employee. That would be unfair. Again, am I saying she should deserve half? Absolutely not. But let's call a spade a spade. She does deserve something in that sense. This is not a lady who married a man with millions and is trying to take half. She was there with him for 20, 30 years. And that to me is unacceptable. So that was my pushback on that.
Well, I might have a difference of opinion. I don't know if y'all agree with me or not. However, I think if you as a woman was there from the beginning, this is prior to a man having any assets. And typically that length of time of marriage, you're typically young. So let's just suppose, because I don't know her family's background, but let's just suppose they met, her parents met, because I'm thinking, 9 kids, that's a lot of time, 20 plus years in marriage. So let's suppose that they met in their early 20s and he had nothing. Both of them came in with nothing. And his thing was, this is how I want to lead my household. I want you to stay home. I want a shitload of kids. And your job and responsibility is to make sure that you run this household with taking care of the kids and educate them and doing all of these things. That was her job that she was assigned. And she did that, 24/7, 365, right? And his job was to leave the home and do all of those things. And that was what both of them contributed to the marriage. If the marriage dissipates and they divorce, in that situation, I do believe that she deserves half, because she would have got half or nothing if he didn't have anything. And she played her role, which was determined between the both of them. So she's entitled to half. That was her contribution. That was her half of her contribution to the marriage. His financial aspect was his contribution to the marriage. So she deserves half. However, if it was a situation in which he already had money, I agree with the fact of like having those prenups in place. And that's the purpose, is to protect those things that you've acquired prior to getting getting into the marriage. And so I do think that it's important for men and women both who are coming into the marriage with assets to protect those assets ahead of time. And I know some people go on this, well, if you're already thinking like that, then, then your marriage is doomed to fail because you already having a plan of escape. No, it is common sense. God gave you the mindset of discernment. You have to use it. The thing is that the prenup will never come into place if your focus is the marriage. Then it doesn't matter at all at that point. So I do think that if you come into the marriage and both of y'all have nothing, then you leave with what both of y'all earned during what happened during the course of the marriage. That's just my opinion. Everybody may not agree, but it is what it is. So in that regard, I think, that was maybe a disingenuous talking point, because stats do show that after divorce, and I think this is a topic that needs to be further looked at, is that even though women are most likely to file for divorce, the truth of the matter is that stats show that they typically are the ones that fare worse off financially after the divorce. So what would put a woman in a situation that dire, that they would leave knowing that they are going to be worse off financially? So I would like to, look into that and have a discussion about that. That would be a great discussion.
Okay, before let's we're gonna go ahead and bring up the panelists because they've been waiting. If anybody else has something to say before we, okay, let's bring the smoke. Let's bring it on. Okay.
Ooh, good evening, ladies. How are y'all? Hey. Okay, I'll go first. Okay, so I did watch the whole show, right? And I said this yesterday. I will give it to B. Taylor that she was not disrespectful in anything she did regarding disagreeing. And I'm okay with discourse regarding people disagreeing as long as it's respectful, right? And in the past, that has not been the same. We haven't got that regarding ladies on the panel. They disagree and be disrespectful. So I will give you that, right? Regarding the titles for Anton's streams, let's be honest. He puts titles that are clickbaits. If you guys watch these streams, his channel, let's just be honest. That's just how it is. Also, Queen Sheba said that you should have known who was coming on panel. I've been on the panel since October. We don't know these random ass people that come on the panels. We don't know what the questions are, right? So that's how the format of the show is just in general, right? So we don't know if it's Obama. We don't know if it's chaotic. We don't know if it's another white chick, okay? Because I don't even know who Pearly was. I'm not on these YouTube streets. That's one. You guys keep saying this is a Black platform, right? Even though it's people that are mostly Black on the panels, Anton and JR have said it's not just a Black platform. Even though it gets turned to that, it's not just a Black platform. And you also said it's well-rounded. It should be more well-rounded. This panel has never been well-rounded, right? We probably only got one married person, 6 women and 3 guys, baby daddy, baby mama. We have parents, chicks that have divorced parents. I'm from a different culture. So the panel has never been balanced. And I don't think it would ever be balanced, because I think that what they're trying to do is bring people on from different platforms, different mindsets, different. You got more modern chicks than regular modern chicks. You got single chicks with no kids. Me. You got chicks that got kids or whatever. So it's never going to be balanced, right? And I'll be honest regarding this. I think it was brought up race. You brought race into the conversation, right? Because these topics, JR comes up with these little topics. Some of them are really dumb. Some of them are very repetitive. So it's repetitive stuff that we talk about, body count. No, it's true. And this is a
you had
example.
stated that. I saw you on the Fight Club, and you did state that in front, or it was something, a review, and you did state that. So
Yeah, and that's why sometimes I don't speak, because I've been on these panels since October, right? So what am I going to repeat the same thing? The pushback regarding B. Taylor, you got pushback more regarding dating multiple men. Siobhan has already answered this question. That's why she probably didn't get pushback. When she originally answered it months ago, they gave her pushback, right? So that can probably clear that part up. Black women sometimes do feel a way around white women, right? Let's be honest regarding that. Men praise other races and other cultures of women, especially on YouTube. I see it a lot on YouTube. So we can't say you didn't feel a way about white chicks, because when I saw the panel, I was like, damn, this panel pale and titties. Curves had her titties out. Like, it was just all out there, and it was very pale. Even I said it, and I'm not against no white girls or whoever. So we can't just say, you didn't feel a way. We could tell you felt a way, because when you first came on the show, you said specifically, from what I've seen, damn, I wrote it down, but I wrote down a lot of notes. But your first words on the stream, you kind of gave off you felt away, right? And I understand why you might feel away. We've had white men on the panels as guests. We've had Polar Bear, Mike Dub, right?
Wes.
Yeah.
Wes.
They've been guests, right? Another point: Black women do get compared to races by men a lot. Women do it all the time. Y'all women did it here. Miss Taken was basically saying that, Pearly she's all submissive, she's single. Well, Q's single and not married. We get compared from women all the time too. But I think from this standpoint, which I wish you would have done better, is that we know women, as yourself, Black women, they get affected with white women coming on the panels, or in general, if a Black man is dating a white chick, y'all might feel away, right? You should have held it better together. You weren't disrespectful to where you could have not show that it was really affecting you. And I think that's what people was digging into you, because you made it a race thing. These topics weren't about race, because it would have been great hearing from Coach K and what's her name? Pearly, regarding, okay, we could have deciphered it regarding your culture. What do your men do? We didn't get into that at all. And that would have been a great thing to hear from them. Right. Yeah. So that's all I have to say regarding that.
I'll say this. I don't feel no type of way when me personally, I can speak for myself. I don't feel no type of way if a man chooses to date outside his race, because I've done it. Mm-hmm. I've done it. So how am I going to get mad at that? It's when you bash other women in your community and compare us. That's the problem. And I didn't bring up race. It was Logic that brought it up. Logic started off the show. Mm-hmm. Logic's in the back chat. As long as you can let everyone talk that came on.
Finish your point before you
yeah. Oh, okay. Well,
because you may get interrupted.
Yeah. So my point is that it was brought up. It was brought up. I was gonna go whatever, and I said let JR continue with the show, because that's not something I was gonna let the show play out the way it was gonna play out. I wasn't gonna bring it up, but I was forced to kind of talk about, a certain topic because he brought it up.
He brought it up. He said something, you're a terrorist. He calls all women terrorists, right? But you said specifically, you felt like this panel is not balanced. There was no other man of any other race on this panel. That's what you bringing up. Go ahead.
Yeah, and he said let's address what was said, because there's some terrorists on the panel. So he
Okay.
did say that. Let's address what was
True.
said. And I said, and I laughed about it at first and said, let JR run his show and ask the questions.
Mhm.
And JR let him continue
Mhm.
and talk. And so he put me in a corner where I'm like, all right, well, I'll stand 10 toes on what I said. So it's like, that's when I went ahead and said it. But I didn't bring it out in the gate like, hey, y'all see this panel? Look at this panel. It's a mess.
Mhm.
I just like I said earlier in my video, is that I knew the comparison was going to be there and it was going to happen. But
Okay.
I wasn't going to talk about it until Logic brought it up and put me in a corner to talk about it.
Let me give my take real quick if I can. Because I had a conversation with you, B, and I am disappointed. I'm disappointed because I think first what the panel looks like and optics matter. I'm disappointed because I had the conversation with you saying that I was in your situation last year. I also told you where I got it wrong. And I did feel a way talking around a whole lot of Black people amongst someone that wasn't not Black, but I was honest with it. You have not been honest right now. You're saying, well, he brought it up and she brought it up. Who cares what brought it up? The fact is, you felt a way when you saw the white women. Whether it's a good feeling or not, it's how you felt. And I think it's a valid feeling for you because it might be a whole lot of reasons why, but that's what it was. So first we have to be honest in this conversation if there's going to be any resolve. There was feelings right out the gate. And I told you I understood that because I was in that same situation as well too. What I also told you, what I got wrong, is that I led the whole entire show with my emotions. And you can't win, no argument, no debate, no battle, going emotion first. So it became an all emotional, and that showed. And then that showed the narrative of the emotional Black angry woman. And that's what was shown and displayed. And now we're here trying to, I don't know if we're trying to fix it up or do an explanation, but now we have 4 Black women, it seems like, attacking a white girl that's not even here, probably outside, skipping a loin, eating potato salads with raisins in it. And we have 4 Black women doing the exact same thing. And it's the optics. The optics does not look good for us.
As I told you on the phone the other day, which I'm shocked that you're coming on here saying all of this, because you had a certain sympathy for me when you were talking.
Let me
hold on. Like, let me go ahead and respond back to what you were saying. Because when we talked, you asked me specifically, you assumed that it was how you felt when Amira was on, right? And
Correct.
that you've been in the same situation. I specifically told you that it's not even about that. It was that specific person that I don't feel like they were being genuine in their stance. And that I also said, and I cried to you, and I just got emotional on the phone where I said, I don't like being compared to other races because I feel like I'm being put down, because we get that enough. And you also got emotional and said, I agree.
Yeah.
And I don't like that. I was raised about all different types of races. I don't have no problem with that. I date outside my race. I don't have a problem with that. My problem is what I saw what was coming. And I told you that specifically, that I don't like being compared, from beauty standards to hair to makeup to cultural differences. So to say
You're
that
right.
I'm not being genuine, maybe it's not the way you want me to answer it, but I have answered it exactly how I feel. And I'm going to keep it professional as well.
Okay.
Can I say one thing, B. Taylor, before you?
I want to answer that because I said the exact same thing, and I've said this before online with the Amira, because I saw things that I didn't see either, and that's why I was empathetic to you.
Mm-hmm.
And I said that. I said I saw some videos, and I said that's why I had a problem with her coming in, and she said all this about Black. I understood that, and I was empathetic to you.
Mm-hmm.
And I still am, because I still understand. And then I also was like, there's better ways that we can do this.
Right.
And because I was in that situation and I got so much backlash, and I still a year later get backlash from it.
Yeah.
But what I learned from it was, even if I felt that way, it was how I have to carry myself in this space.
And it's how we have to carry ourselves in this space of men, of being compared by others, because I get compared still daily. And the comparison, to be honest, is not off our looks. You know, Pearly can't hold none candle to you. Not a one. Coach K can't hold none candle to you.
Well, that
know,
wasn't said
now,
on
come on now.
on Antoine's thing. He said that she was the most beautiful woman on the
now we
panel.
come on now. Now that's a pure fact. Regardless of what people might be saying right now, as far as how your actions is, can't nobody take away your beauty.
Mm-hmm.
And you are a beautiful woman. Like, we already know that. But the comparisons that I see and what I hear from men, they're comparing us to, let's say, white women, not because they want us to look like them. They want us just to shut up sometimes like them, or have a disposition of listening instead of being defensive. And that's what the comparisons, they don't want us to look like them. For what? Someone super chatted on that. You look, this is for the unseasoned chicken. No, can't nobody compare to you and your beauty. But it's how that we respond to it. And that's something that I've had to learn. That's something that I'm still learning. And I'm on here. I do care about you.
Thank you.
And I see like I said, what I went through, I saw exactly the exact same thing.
I thank you, Courtney. I appreciate that. So I think We Unlock Nation's about to go, so I'm gonna let him go, and then I'm gonna let Queen Sheba go right quick because he said he had to log out.
Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, I only have a couple things to say. Number one, you host a great channel. You know, we need women like you. We need women like Courtney, Michelle, and others to set the balance straight. So I just want to say, keep doing what you're doing, girl. I'm out.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Queen Sheba, did you want to go?
Yeah, I'm gonna say this really quickly because I think YouTube it can be full of crap a lot of times, and I like keeping it 100. You'll never catch me slipping. You'll never catch me slipping and having me say one thing publicly, and then I'm behind the scenes saying something completely different. Okay, I'm gonna say this. A lot of these people are not what they pose to be. They say one thing behind the scenes and they say another completely, like, on a different platform. I've always told B. Taylor, don't confuse YouTube with friendships. These people are not your friends. These people are not your friends, okay? A lot of these women on YouTube record each other, they blast each other, they out each other. I don't play those kind of games, okay? If whatever you're saying to her as her friend behind closed doors, it shouldn't be different than in public. If you're going to call her out, then let her know you're going to call her out. I'm calling you out tomorrow, girl. If you're going to bring me, I let her know. We let her know. All of us women, we didn't say anything that she wasn't aware was coming down the pipeline. We said, if we come on your show, we are going to hold you accountable. I can't take up for you all the way without holding you accountable. So there was no surprise when she heard us say that, because I'm a friend behind closed doors. I'm a friend in public. I'm the same. I don't have to come on here and profess my love for her, because love is correction, publicly and privately. I don't like these little bitty games that some people are playing with her. But she's still a grown woman, because it's still her responsibility who she gives access to, you know, who she allows to be around her. But I'm saying this publicly. B. Taylor, some of these people don't give a damn about you. You are a topic. You are a moment. You are a dollar. Don't fall for the bullshit. I'm done.
Yeah. Was there a name on that?
How far do you want me to go? Because I really don't want to do this if I don't have to.
You whatever you feel comfortable with.
I said I don't want to if I don't have to. That's why I'm saying please don't do this with me, because I'm not these YouTube people. I'm a grown woman and I'm not coming at you. I don't want to do this, but don't ask me questions that you really don't want me to say things.
You can say whatever you feel.
I know I can, but I choose not to.
Well, you're being aggressive and I don't.
No, I'm not. I was talking to B. Taylor. I was taking a public stance on what I feel for her and the advice that I've given her. And I said anything that I can say In private, I can say in public.
Let me say this, because I understand friendships, and I also understand that people that has been doing it a while. And I also understand that sometimes it doesn't necessarily have to be your friend, but sometimes friends might give you bad advice on how to move forward, especially if someone that went through the fire and came out shining. And so sometimes business and how you can move forward and advice taken, sometimes it's out of love, but sometimes you got to listen to someone else that has gone through it. Now, Queen Sheba, I don't know if that was directed towards me. Maybe it was, and maybe you might not know my intentions, or maybe you think that I'm just on here YouTubing it up. But when I spoke to B. Taylor, I specifically told her what I went through, and specifically gave her, I thought, sound advice on how to move forward. And I did that because I cried to her too, because it still affects me. A year later, I sent her the video with Pink Book Lessons, over 200,000 views and over 3,000 comments saying that I ain't shit. See, y'all ain't been through that. Cheat critique, mistaken. Queen Sheba, you don't know how that is. B. Taylor is now feeling it. So it would behoove of someone to even take a little bit of advice that someone that has been through it, but still here a year later.
Can I say something real fast? Because Courtney, I know you don't know me, but I remember when you went through that, because I was in the audience, and I was in the comments.
Mm-hmm.
And let me just tell you, I don't know what those comments were about, but I was so proud of you, because even though everybody was against you, I felt like you stood for what you believed in. You called it out, and I love you for that. So understand that. I know the 200 people who may have been against you, there were a few of us who were very proud of you and what you did that day, and you continue to do. So I just wanted to point that out.
Well, I appreciate that. But the thing is, it's how I moved after the fact. It's taking accountability. Yeah, I had a problem, and it was me being honest with it. And then looking to see what people were really saying. And it wasn't necessarily that I apologized for anything, because I damn sure didn't. I stood on that, and I still stand on that to this day. But I moved different. I moved different.
Yes, but I think it's important for us to call out when we are in situations and we feel it's been unfair or there's something that's going on. We do have to call it out. Like I was proud of you for calling it out. I want people to speak on it, because if we continue to be silent, it's going to continue to happen.
It's a way that you do it, though.
Oh, absolutely.
And you're absolutely right. But it's a way. And if you know that you feel like there's going to be already something of a Black woman and against a white woman, then there's a way that you can go about it. There's a way that you can go about getting your point across when you're speaking to a group of men. You can't be as loud as them, because you know they're going to call you masculine. But there's always a way that you can get your point across and still stay in frame. And I think that's the biggest thing that I can see in the comments, and that was given to me, is that you came out of frame and you allowed your emotions to overtake something that you had legit arguments. But no one is paying attention to your arguments. And even with this panel, they're still going to take away. It's not what you broke down. It's the emotion that you still carried on Thursday. So what you do now, because there was no accountability, and unfortunately there was no humbleness, that all this that we're learning, and it is going on deaf ears.
It's going to go on deaf ears regardless. It's going to go on deaf ears. Regardless. I think I stood 10 toes on what I said, and I took accountability that, yes, I got emotional. Yes, if I felt this certain way, that I should have probably even pulled back and not even came on. I don't feel like, what do you feel like I didn't take accountability on specifically?
Hey, but can I go? Cause I got an appointment or something that I gotta go to a little football to the bar. So, but I just wanted to say this off the bat. In them forums where we go into, it's nothing personal. A chat ninja sent me a clip that they made, and it's excellent. That the same points that you was doing, my reactions was the same. When I looked at the people on the panel, it has nothing to do with race. It has nothing to do with sex. It has nothing to do with none of that. It's all about perspective. So if you look at me, he geniusly put together a clip with some man use the same points that you use, and then my reaction was the same. So when you on these panels, it's literally, it's not about I hate B. Tiller. I think B. Tiller an excellent person. It's nothing personal. But when we're in these debate formats, that's what it is. Pearly White could have been Pearly White Man. And guess what I would have did? I still would align with Pearly White Man. Pearly White could have been Pearly Chinese dude. I still would align with that because that's what I stand on. I have pushed back with Anton. And if you look at the clip, I had pushed back with Miss Pearly. If you look at it, I had pushed back with Miss Pearly, JR, Courtney, Q, they chameleons, whatever. I have pushed back. Me and Courtney had a whole 3-week debate on historical Black colleges. And I think Courtney is a good person. So just because me and you have a different point of view, do not take it to think I think anything less of you.
It wasn't about the different point of view, Logic. It's the egging on that you were doing. Like when I was talking, you're laughing. It became a point where it just became disrespectful. And I became the laughing stock. You set it up to where that was the tone and the angle for the entire video. I didn't have any smoke for Coach K, Carmen, nothing. But you set the tone for the audience for entertainment, and I was the butt of that joke to bring up something that I asked, like, okay, what is this, y'all? This is my first time coming on a Thursday show, and I see how y'all roll. I see the confrontations. I see the viral clips, and I'm like, hold on now. This is a show that's been, has gone viral for a lot of stuff. Mm-hmm. Courtney has also been the subject of a viral moment that cost her mental health at one point. Mm-hmm. So you set that tone for the audience to say, B. Taylor has a problem with a certain race of women of being on here. When I said in particular, what is the goal? Because this is my first time coming on a Thursday show. What are y'all setting it up to be? Mm-hmm. What I feared. I told Courtney on the phone what I feared and why I brought it up. What is the angle we going here, y'all? What is this? That's all I asked. And that was something I said privately. I did not bring that. You set it up to where everyone looked at me as the angry Black woman who do not like these women because of their color. I had a particular taste for that woman on what she says. It don't matter what she says and how I feel like she's using our issues to benefit monetarily. And she also said it when I put the pressure on her. She set it up that this is all for entertainment. Nobody bat an eyelash. Nobody bat hold on, not done. Nobody bat an eyelash to that, right? Then you kept a scoreboard, and I realized that you keep a scoreboard with all women, but it was the egging on
not just all women.
Video.
It's not just all women. Don't see what you're trying to do. Is you're trying to make it about you. It's not. I have scoreboard for men.
I just said that
my editor make a clip,
but you're not letting me finish my point because I'm trying to tell you I've seen you do the scoreboard before. Okay, but it was the fact that you were the main person that set that tone up for the audience to follow.
Stop assuming and ask. Because I will have my editor make a clip for you that he showed me that I do more of this to men than women. So don't see, this is the problem I have. When you make it about race, you're not making it
I did not make it about race. Okay, you brought it up to the audience to stray that narrative. You did. And you're not admitting that.
No, I'm not. No. Why can I not admit it? You saw me on the clip.
And then you go on other lives and talk about me, call me a liar, and you're egging, you're being messy. And to me, it's messy when you're going on Antoine's thing and saying, oh, tell what happened in the back chat. Tell what happened. Like, if I'm the butt of the joke, then so be it. But I thought we were cool enough for where you wouldn't set it up to be like that. But that's cool because I've gotten so many threats because of that.
Now, if niggas got threats for you, I got smoke for them. Because like I said, I have no smoke for you. We was literally we was battling ideas. That's where I keep it at. Cause so you, no matter what you say, I never disrespect you. Only thing I call you is a terrorist. But that's my little inside thing. And then now it's like I said, wait, and I can go. We can take this deep because I gotta look. Yo, fuck the football game. Look. What I want you to understand first, before we move on, is this is not special to B. Taylor. If you got a problem with the scoreboard, I'm sorry, ma'am. That's something I do.
It wasn't about the scoreboard. It was the egging on and the pandering throughout the entire video because of something that you kind of set up. The audience, you have a big personality, and I told you, you have a fan base. So when you say things to kind of throw it out there and insinuate that, something I have not said publicly. If I wanted to say that publicly, I would have said that. But I felt like in that moment, you threw me under the bus to make an angle of where the audience looked everything that I said. And when I had pushback for Pearly, people also made it about race when it was about her in particular. And when I called her out, she literally admitted on camera that she uses these topics and Kevin Samuel's talking points for entertainment.
Yes.
And no one said
anything. But see, you got to realize on that platform, I was told I wanted to engage more. If you look, I was told to chill back. Hold on, wait, let us talk, Lige. Look at it. Right? I didn't normally go like I normally go because this a female. And if you look at other panels, it was discussed, it was brought up, and I gave a fair assessment that, you know what? Hey, it is some comedians. If you go back and look at my track records that I said, they said, why do you have respect for Kayla? Because Kayla gives you a real taste. At least you know she's not sugarcoat, she's not comedian, nothing. She's giving you who she are. Do I respect what she is? No. Do I disagree with her viewpoints? Yes. But I say her voice is needed because she represents a sector of our society. So I would never sit here and try to get anybody to be silenced. Like, I don't want to be silenced. But in regards to you, ma'am, we just align on two different sides of them talking points.
Can I ask you a question, Logic?
And I got a question for you, because you accuse me of a lot of stuff. First off, ma'am, and let's go, Queen Sheba. First off.
Wait, hold on. Can I ask you a question?
Yes, you can, ma'am.
Okay. Can we agree, for the sake of who she is as an individual, that you crossed a boundary? Would it be so much? She's telling you that in so many words.
Who as an individual?
B. Taylor.
That I cross a boundary?
That's what I'm hearing her say. You know, hey, based on me, who I am, I feel like you crossed the boundary by inciting, instigating over and over. Can you just hold that space? Are you comfortable enough apologizing? Or are you just gonna kind of?
Because that's like this. I'm on the Thursday night show. I am who I am, right? Can everybody on the panel, everything that I represent on that Thursday night show, isn't that who I am on Thursday nights? So what you're telling me is I have to change?
No, I'm asking you if that's your friend. Is that your friend? Forget the panel. Forget YouTube. Forget all that. Is that your friend?
Yes.
Okay.
And you know what? And if I'm coming on B. Taylor panel right now, and I can do a show with B. Taylor, you know what I would not want B. Taylor to do?
Change.
Be a chameleon. Ain't that's what you just said? So B. Taylor, did you expect me to be a chameleon?
I did not expect you. No, it wasn't that. It was, I felt like it was a tone set from the beginning before we even got started with the first question. That's why I was like, come on, Logic, let's just let JR run the show.
If JR would have let me finish, you know what I would have said? I thought the same thing. And in the green room, it's just like, look, but you look, wait.
Okay. Because you're saying that if you felt the same way, then why didn't you say that? Because like now I'm confused because
you're not confused.
For the audience to tag me.
Let me finish. You got to let me finish. The thing is if everybody was honest, like we say, we don't know who's coming on the show. I never know who's coming on the show. I don't know what's the topic. I don't know what's the angles. So if somebody's going to be honest, they're going to say, damn, there's a lot of white people on this panel. They're just being honest. But your angle you took, you was like, well, there's a lot of white people on here. Where's the black man?
I did not say that.
You did not say that?
I did not say there's a lot of white people on here. I did not say that.
Well,
I said I would have hoped that this panel would have been more balanced. If we are going to bring other people from different cultures, that we can have men perspective, because all we're getting is women. And what I knew what was going to happen is that it was going to be set up to be Taylor with her personality and talking points. Logic, you know, I stand 10 toes on what I say, and it's not what everybody agrees with, but I'll say it. And one thing about me is that I know I don't know everything. So I actually come into these spaces to learn, you know. So
and I'm not saying because people were trying to say to me that you was being disrespectful. And you know what I'm gonna do? Go look at the videos. I said, please tell me how she was being disrespectful. She was respectful. She was respectful. It just, when you're battling ideas, you have competing ideas in the arena. Then guess what? The people who's on this side gonna line on this side. It's nothing personal. The pearly white chick could have been black. She could have been a ghetto hood chick with a red weave on. That's what I would align with. When I look at these panels, I don't sit here and say that was the thing that I disagree. But I'm human. I see it's a change in the panel. But what I don't agree with your take, I still say, hey, look, you know what? These issues is not just allocated to black people. These are our issues as people in the United States. And you hear me say this a lot. It's about policies. I don't get mad at B. Taylor. That's why when I log off, I'm not mad at you for your views. I say it all the time. I'm mad at policies that afford you the opportunity to do the things you do. I said on Chic Critique, I said on every last panel, I don't change. So now, if you wanted me to be a chameleon, I'm sorry, ma'am, I cannot. Just like I would not expect you to be a chameleon for me. I want you to be who you truly are. And wait, can I address Queen Sheba? Because she said a lot of shit that was incorrect about me. Queen Sheba, the oatmeal pie man is not me. His name is Matt G. The Mr. Logic Minion Cook is not me. His name is Matt G. So everybody know this. So if you said I'm running around here trolling spaces, ma'am, you're incorrect.
I've been saying it for weeks now. You never corrected me until today. I've been saying it on a cruise season.
Okay.
But that's cool. That's cool.
I haven't been in cruise season. Now, second of all, Anton never said his kids was better than mine. He said, because we talk. He said he raised his kids differently. And he explained when I asked him, I said, how so? He said he make his kids earn the money. That's what he brought up his daughter thing. So I didn't like how you tried to make that an issue when it has nothing to do with a simple dialogue of ideas on a panel. It's not going to work. So I thought that was pandering on your end. And I think this whole panel, if I was doing any pandering, This whole panel was pandering because what you're doing is y'all align with her based on her ideas. Isn't that exactly what happened on Thursday night? Hey, I agree with this chick right here. I don't give a fuck if she's a Martian. I align with her ideas. That's not pandering.
I don't agree with everything B. Taylor says at all.
I don't think any of the women did.
I think that we stated we didn't agree with everything.
We didn't agree with what she did. See, I think sometimes what y'all look for is our disagreement always have to be loud and boisterous to really confirm that we disagree. Everyone on here, from Queen Sheba, from Shantae, and myself, all stated that you got caught up emotionally, and that's where you went wrong, and you should not have. So in regards to that, I don't understand how you're saying that we're pandering to her when we called her out for saying that the thing, displaying the way that she did out of her emotion, and it wasn't a good look. So,
and we also stated against the roster thing.
That is well.
And I'm gonna say this, B. Taylor, can I share audience with a piece of the conversation we had about my job?
Sure.
What did I tell you to sign at the beginning? Sign at my job.
You said what?
What did I tell you? As soon as you walk into my building at my job, what did I tell you that the sign says?
I don't remember what you said the sign says. I know you said that y'all don't use emotions. It's facts based.
Yes, it's not about what you think, it's about what you know can prove, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I gave you advice on that whole concept, right?
Okay.
Back up your points with facts. Anytime you have it with emotions, it can be easily defeated. So literally, I told you this before the show, right? I stand on that, ma'am. And I'm telling you this. I don't like my black women because guess what? What y'all fail to realize, I disagree with the passport bros. Some of the points that lady made, I had pushback. I disagree. I think a woman is supposed to be a woman. She's supposed to run the house. So if she split up from that man, he owes her. That's Mr. Logic stand. I disagree with most of the shit Kevin Samuel said. People who watch me know this. I understand y'all might not know it, but now when y'all try to sit here and assassinate my character, and all I did was discuss the things that happened on that panel. It's nothing personal with Queen Sheba or B. Taylor. I only deal with shit on the panel. And you know what I really hate? I hate men who condone y'all to feel that way. I was mad at the women that was texting you that shit. Because I know they was setting you up for failure because they knew you was going to get emotional. And it was going to drag you deeper in the hole.
Hey, Logic, if you don't mind, let me come in because I'm about to leave back out. I'm not staying for long, B. Taylor. But I addressed this with Anton. I addressed it with Jay Prince and Aaron No already too. And I'm only bringing this up because I've watched the show and watched when other women, whether it be somebody like Tyranny or Kayla, if they were to bring these same points up, they will be dragged. So I said, dog, just Pearly went on there and made 2 points that really irritated me. She said, the first point she made was, dog, you don't have to get married. You can be together for 100 years, have kids. The actual legal contract, that don't matter at all.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm waiting automatically for somebody like Anton to say, hey, that's not true. On my show, I preach why men should get married. I preach the business of those things.
About this.
Hold on, Logic. Hold on, bro.
Logic, you've been talking for a while. Please let him go.
Please let a nigga speak, bro. I don't do all that interrupting shit. It's not a fucking Fight Club. So at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Like when I have seen, because I've been watching the show when Tawana was there. Before Courtney was on that show, I was in the fucking chats. That's a fact, right? So I'm just saying, because of me watching the show that much and seeing when that rhetoric is called out, to not see it then, I thought that was peculiar. But even worse, she went on, right? Because I've seen niggas come at Tyranny and say, Tyranny, why you say you can raise 3 kids by yourself? You a terrorist. This just Pearlie went on there and said that my mother had 10 children, including me. The father is the reason why the mother had a job. But if the father removed all his resources, including that job, our lifestyle wouldn't change a bit, basically. So what she's basically saying is her mother can raise all of those fucking kids by herself, and the father's role is insignificant, which is also something that genuinely most times is pointed the fuck out.
Okay.
On that night,
wait, can we make sure we keep the language clean over here?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
ma'am. Sorry, B. Taylor.
I'm finna go, B. Taylor, but I got one question for you. No, matter of fact, all the women, right? Y'all about protecting black women, correct?
I'm protecting black people. I have a black son, so yeah, I protect all black people.
Wait.
I mean, people in general.
So
You're right.
Daryl Long, weren't you just on a live exposing some black woman with her DMs with you?
No, you bringing up. See, I like how you want to. Like,
no, because
we're not doing. I don't get into YouTube.
Yeah, let's not do that. Let me just make a comment.
Let me say this.
Taylor, don't do that. Taylor,
No,
I'm not
don't
gonna
even address that because that wasn't the point.
Daryl, stop. Don't
That
address
wasn't the point of
Daryl,
it. Address what we were talking about.
Don't address
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We don't got to address that. But like I said, when I just brought those 2 points that normally men on their panel chat, we bring it back to something else because it shows the inconsistency. Again, had that been tyranny with no subscribers, had it not, because having just Pearlie over there dragging y'all is good for business. Let's not talk about like this is anything else. If it was tyranny with 2 subscribers, nobody would be talking about this. And she would have been called out for those talking points immediately. But the reason why just Pearlie can say a woman can raise 10 children by herself and not be called a terrorist is because it's good for business. That's all this is. And instead of addressing those points, we want to talk about what happened with me on Fight Club last night, which shows, again, the level of inconsistency.
No.
All right, let me comment.
Let Bruiser jump in.
I'm going back to the chat.
First of all, I don't think you was being dragged. When hold
on, Bruiser. I'm gonna stop you right there. If you say I have not been dragged, I have received multiple threats from people in my inbox that I had to block because of all of this. I've never experienced this amount of hate and people talking about my character as a woman, people talking about my children. So yeah, in these spaces, y'all don't understand what the whole setup was and what kind of insight that was when you're talking to an audience of people who probably suffer from mental health issues, have problems with women who look like me and whatever. So if I'm getting all these threats and people coming from me and my children and whatever, that's when I take it serious. So don't sit here and tell me.
Hold on, Lottie, let me just comment.
I had to get off of social media and take a break because I was going through that.
Okay, I understand that, and my sorrows go for you. But as far as being dragged, I think he was speaking about the talking points. I personally believe there's a space that actually believes in your talking points. And I think you held up well. It's just you had an overwhelming majority on the panel that agreed with hers versus yours. So it doesn't mean that you got dragged. It just means that you didn't have enough power and strength and weight in your talking points, and you didn't have enough people on the panel that can actually strengthen your points as a follow-up. So what is more important, and also what I tend to keep focus on is that, there's 2 different relationship ideologies, because we can agree that a lot of the topics was about relationships, dating, preparing yourself for market value and all that other bullshit. But it was one I agree with, and it was one I did not agree with. And anything I said on the show on Thursday is what I've always stood on. However, I will admit that I did post highlights, but not with a motive to highlight dislike to any person, race, sex, gender, etc. But to highlight talking points that would create a passionate opinion and extend conversation, past Thursday. I also never knew I never knew that I was the balance. When it comes to relationships, I stand against any and every theory that gets in the way of improving family and increasing, the marriage rate. In my opinion, regardless of, anyone agree or not, I believe the race card was a bailout in order to minimize the moment your points were not strong against hers, in a particular space we were in relating to the topics that we would.
When did she bring up a valid point where I specifically brought up race? Because that was something that I was cornered to bring up because Logic brought it up.
I feel like you was forced to because it was so you
I
basically
said cornered.
So you okay? So when you say cornered, that comes off to me as you was in a desperation, and so you was trying to fight for a way
No,
out of the
it's
corner.
I'm cornered as in he was like, let's address what B. Taylor said about the panel and blah 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 blah.
Oh, you talking about when we was in agreement?
That
The
set the
comments.
tone for the entire video, y'all.
Okay,
That
so
set
right
the
there,
tone.
I never
So it
comment.
doesn't matter how many times I went back and forth with her on just her agreements, and she also went back and forth with me. Every time I said something, she jumped down and said something to me, which I should have. You know what? Now that I think about it, I should have just went ahead and just ignore her, because at this point, it's a setup. It's a setup as in not y'all setting me up, not JR setting me up. It was a setup as in that tone was set. So anything that I said after that, it was always gonna bring back to race. The only time that hold on, the only time that I had brought up that is when I wanted to ask a question specifically about their community, about the men. I actually disagree with the other women about the $40,000 a year salary. I said we gotta have grace to show other men and the realistic statistics behind that. Nobody said nothing. Okay. But as soon as Pearly jumps in and says something, it's like, oh yeah, it's about this, it's about that. The only time I asked something was to Coach K, and I asked because I was going to ask her about the pay discrepancy and is that being taught in their community specifically. That's why I brought it up. But everything else, it was because the tone was already set from the beginning.
Okay, so that part about the tone being set, I never commented on there. I never supported that or laughed at it. I was confused on why there was the tone was set that way, and I kind of ignored it because what I try to do is I try to focus on.
Stop. Why no tone set that way? Stop.
Well, I will admit that there was like a conversation before the show. I can't deny that. Maybe it was a tone, maybe it wasn't. I mean, everybody got their own.
So everything that I said and had pushback for her, everyone already viewed it as it was race and that I had a problem with it.
I'm not necessarily gonna say that it was viewed as race. I think there was some tension, but I don't think it was race.
But because of the tension, people assume automatically that it was because of that, because it was brought up in the beginning. Because I didn't come for Coach K on some of the things that she said or Carmen.
So here's my question to you, B. Taylor, and all the sisters. And shout out to Queen Sheba. I like the stuff she was talking about. She really polished on her points. Shout out to you. My question to Black women: if you do not want other races speaking on your issues, please do not participate in their issues when they're out marching. Please don't embrace their participation when you march on issues that you suffer from. If you don't want them speaking on your issues, because it sounds like
that's not what that was.
Because I'm just telling you what it sounded like. It sounded like whenever she was speaking on the issues that you stated, Black issues, those type of people, you kind of felt like you didn't like her being in that talking on those issues because
I don't mind her.
The same
like I
melanin.
said in the back chat, y'all. Like y'all are forgetting what I said in the back chat. I said, okay, if we're gonna have these spaces, don't set it up to where me, women who look like me are being compared if y'all are not gonna bring the men. Also, that's all I said. I said, I wish it was more balanced. And JR told me Bruiser was supposed to be the balance of it. And somebody made the joke about you being light skinned.
Okay, so I very well could have been a balance. But as you can see, and as Chick Critique stated earlier, I rarely get the time to talk. That's why all of my points are very, very precise and surgical. Because if I try to rant along, niggas like logic cut my ass off. So
let's keep it clean. Let's keep the language clean.
Okay, ninjas. So I try to be real precise, and I try to not take up too much time, but try to be straight to the point. So that's my thing on that.
I want to answer that, but I want to give Cheeky a chance to go because I feel like he's been waiting very patiently for quite some time.
Yeah, I'm chill. I don't use bad language either, so we'll be cool. So I think you guys have already touched on the race thing. I'm not trying to cover that no more. I did a show on you, just being transparent.
Saw some of it.
Okay, yeah, and it was more so about the multiple dating, right? And sex and leadership. That was my thing.
Okay.
B. Taylor, my question would be more so to you. Would you consider yourself a woman of principles and morals?
I am. And that's why on this show, I took accountability that roster was not a good word to use. It was kind of like a little, like, I've heard it being used of other people saying, oh, your little roster, your little team or something like that. So it was more so like lightly said. But if you actually know me and actually had a conversation with me, like Logic and being called for the streets, you know, saying that, oh, she for the streets. Logic, you know, that's not even how I roll. I actually had conversations to let you know that I'm not that type of woman. I carry myself with a lot of class, a lot of principle. I have a lot of stuff to lose. I'm not out here just, you know, hanging out with this dude for this. When what's her name? Siobhan said, well, you need a guy to pay for this and a guy that does this. I disagreed. If you go back and look, I was shaking my head and was like, girl, what are you talking about? That's not what I'm talking about. I was talking about what I said earlier, as in, for me, it's not, roster may not have been a good word to use because I don't talk to a whole bunch of multiple men while I'm dating. It's like I have men that hit. I'm saying I have men that hit me up, and if I text them or they let me know, like, "Hey, how's your day?" Blah 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 blah. That to me is like, okay, that dude is interested. Let me not tell him, oh, don't talk to me and don't be interested in me because something could possibly work out for me. That's what I meant.
Okay,
I'm not going on multiple dates with multiple people and all that other stuff. I don't believe in that. And so that whole thing, that I feel like that's what spent the manosphere into a frenzy when I said that. But I do think that it's not fair that you're telling women to put all their eggs in one basket, you know, and it's not working out, because I've done it for a long time. And for some people to spin it and say, well, that's why you're a mom. I was dating one at a time when I became a mother. And I've been in long-term relationships when I became a mother. So that's not the case.
So B Taylor, when you brought up roster, right? My initial assessment with rosters, I compared it to Pat Riley and I compared it to football coaches, right? Like, we spit a lot of facts, but it is entertainment still. So just because I might not think you have a roster, we can only debate what each other says. You said it. Like, if I would have said, B Taylor, you got a roster, and I threw that on you, then you can probably throw it back on me. But it was words you use. And then when you look at the show, I came at the term you use, roster. Nothing was personal about that. I don't know.
You said I was for the streets. It was definitely personal. Y'all basically called me a 304. So no,
I remember that.
Yeah, he said it, but I thought it was a joke.
You personally attacked me on there and basically called me a 304.
Ma'am, if Mr. Logic sit here and said, hey, I got a roster of 50 chicks right now, right?
You for the streets, right?
And then and I guarantee you, all them chicks on She Critique will be like, look, Mr. Logic, you for the streets.
Can Quest go? Yeah, don't get stuck.
Go. See, this is what I don't. And like I said, it's based upon what I said. I said I had a roster. You said you had a roster. Based on the context of what you said, it's no personal life. Look, you don't stay in Virginia. I do. I don't know what roster you got, ma'am. We only debate talking points. So you cannot take it personal. That's what I'm telling you. And then you still want to say it's like, oh, Logic, you disrespect.
No, y'all spun the narrative.
No, yeah, they did. Because I do remember, like, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to call a spade a spade. She did clarify that she was not sleeping with these guys.
Yeah.
And y'all and Debunk just was like coming at her like, you're not going to tell me you're not sleeping with, you know. So
that's a fact.
That's a fact. And then y'all wonder why women, y'all don't believe women anyway. A woman could tell you that she's a virgin. Oh, don't believe her. If a woman tells you, oh, you've been with, you know, maybe 3 men, don't believe her. Multiply it times 6, you know? So it's just kind of like, at this point of fact, it's like, do we even have a space to even feel like, why not, you know, who cares about what y'all think? Because y'all going to think whatever y'all want to think. It's just I got called for the streets. But go ahead, Quest. I see you've been wanting to talk.
So check it out. Right. You can't behave in a certain type of manner or do certain things and then expect not to be labeled that. For example, right? I know you saying we're talking about optics, just like Courtney said earlier. Optics matters. So if we hear that you have 2 kids from 2 different dudes, and these are just facts. This is not shaming. This is not me shaming. I'm just talking facts right now. You have 2 kids from 2 different dudes. You're currently with the most recent child, right? And it's not trying to get personal or nothing crazy, but we're just talking about the facts. And you're with the guy right now, but then you're saying you don't put all your eggs in one basket. One is to think
I said
that
when I was out there dating, the question I was answering the question: should a woman date multiple men? I was answering the question. I didn't say this is what I'm doing right now.
Can I finish my
I
point
was
though?
answering the question.
Can I at least finish
I
my
need
point?
to clarify because you're not going to put it out there that I have a roster of men.
Quest wait in line.
I just want to at least finish my point. So what I'm saying is you chose those words, and that's what we're discussing. The words that you chose. You chose the words single, because we heard you say that if he ain't committed to you yet, then you still single. So now you have a child with this dude. You still consider yourself single, and then you saying you have a roster, bro. I'm telling you, like that's I'm just telling you how it looks. Hey, yeah, Quest has 2 kids by 2 women. I'm married to the second woman. Married. There's a difference from me just being
Okay, who says that I can't get married either, or
we
I'm
didn't say
planning
you
to
couldn't get
married?
married. We're
Hold
talking
on,
about what you are, darling.
This is
This
what
ain't
we were
about what
talking
you
about
can
from
be.
the other
Hold
show.
on, mistaken. Hold on,
B.
mistaken.
Taylor, no, hold
Hold on,
on.
mistaken.
Hold on.
Hold on,
B.
mistaken. This
Taylor,
isn't
you're
about what
getting
you.
in your emotion. You're getting in your emotion, and that's what we were talking about before.
Why? How am I in my emotion? Because I'm talking
I
about
didn't say
facts, mistaken.
you.
I'm talking the facts.
I didn't say you, Quest. If you listen,
Oh,
I said B. Taylor is getting in her
that's a
emotion.
different one.
And that was kind of what we're saying. You're taking it. I know he's saying specific things in regards to your personal life, and you're taking it personal. And then you put up the thing that you just did because you're in your. I understand you're in your feelings right now. But
No,
what
it
I'm
was
trying
something
to
that just brought up. I don't know Quest like that, so I
yeah,
am gonna bring it up. If he brought up
right.
my stuff personally, then I'm gonna bring it up and ask too. That
Right.
needs to be
But my
brought
point
up.
is speak to his point. Don't get distracted by the emotion. Listen to what he's saying first and then address that. That's all I was saying.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, like B. Taylor, you're absolutely correct.
I
You
don't say
absolutely.
anything else because they disrespecting the fuck out of her likes. And whether you think I like her or not, you niggas better get the likes up. This a simple ass thing.
Watch your
Like, I don't give a fuck.
profanity.
You don't gotta like me no more. I don't like her black ass either. But guess what? And I definitely don't like Queen Sheba, but you still ain't gonna disrespect no goddamn like button. That's it.
So here, in addition to the like button, what I want to say is, any of you niggas that's in her DMs threatening her, that shit is unacceptable.
Exactly.
I know you telling us to watch our language or whatever, but I just want to make sure it's very clear to niggas out here. Like, if you out here threatening B. Taylor, just because we disagree, don't mean that we condone any type of threatening, type of like that's sucker behavior, dog. So stop doing it. You ain't no. We ain't condoning that shit, bro. But B. Taylor,
them niggas, send them niggas to me.
That's real.
Send
That's
them
real.
And now you know what? And now you see, even Quest, we agree. And this my nigga from 17 years, 16 years. It's nothing personal with us. We're only going against what you say. And I tell you, y'all women, y'all better stop telling all this shit about y'all life on this damn YouTube. Because they're going to use it against you.
This wasn't even on you. This wasn't even on YouTube. Just stop putting your stuff out on the internet like that. If you're going to be in these spaces, because you know people are going to ask questions. People are going, oh, wait, hold on. That don't align with what you said on this panel. Your life says different. You see what I'm saying? So I wasn't trying to come for you in a manner where it's like, oh, I'm trying to shame you because you got 2 kids. I got 2 kids. I mean, I'm married to the woman of the second child, but yeah, whatever. Like, nobody's shaming, but you can't then get on the panel and say something that just ain't aligning. It just didn't align. When you said that we're out here making you look like a hoe, your actions and I'll say not actions, but your situation makes it look like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then with what you said on the panel, that's all. And it's just like what Mistaken said. I no emotion. I'm just stating the facts.
And this is a good point too. It goes to my point. They only go by what you say, B. Taylor. They only go by what you say. So look, if you would have said that racist shit, look, and guess what? Like I said, if anybody in that green room would be honest, including Bruiser, they would have thought the same thing. This was new. Oh shit. But when I look at it, just like I look at this panel, it's blurry faces. I don't see no titties or ass. Or can I say it on here? I don't see no titties, no ass, or whatever. I don't see nothing but people, and I listen. So now, if Bruiser say something real simpish, guess what Bruiser gonna get? Smoke.
No, nobody got the smoke for me.
I done got into it with all these dudes because we fight opinions. That's it. It's nothing personal. After I fight opinions with Cheeky, guess what I'm gonna do? Hey, Cheeky, you all right? You good? Oh, we good.
This is the thing, Logic. I can agree to disagree because sometimes it does get personal. You make it personal. No, if we're gonna call a spade, and we had the conversation, and I told you the conversation that I had with Ricky as well when we were on our show before. I think as men, and I'm not saying that. First, let me start off by saying we as Black women, we need to get our ish together. We do. And I as a Black woman, I'll take accountability for the stuff that I can independently fix on my own. I can fix my own ish. I can't fix others. But what I can do is express what I did to fix my ish to be better as a Black woman. But, and I know in these spaces, a lot of time we play the blame game. We say, oh, Black men this, and then a Black man say Black women it is, or what have you. But if we are trying to move forward, and that is our goal, one thing I can say, Logic, is that being in these spaces that I have as men, I'll say you, I was reading this book, and it says, as men, you set the tone for how your woman is going to be treated. So looking at this in a broader scale of things, as Black men, you set the tone of how Black women are going to be treated. That's not to say that Black women are accountable for their own actions. They are. You can't control what somebody else's behavior or what they do. But when you set the tone by saying Black women are terrorists, or when you set the tone by calling women out of their name, in which I've witnessed myself, in some degree, you set the tone and give permission for other people to do the same thing. And so what I want to challenge you is, I'm not saying not be yourself. You can state however you feel about the issue at all. But if our goal is to push forward, to say, okay, y'all need to change our behavior. I know y'all believe in this whole shaming thing. Oh, let's bring shaming back or what have you. Okay, fine, if that's how you feel. But for me, it is the disrespect part. It's about saying your opinion, but being respectful in it. You ain't got to call anybody a terrorist. You don't got to call anybody out their name to get your point across. And that, I think, for me, is the biggest issue in general, that being in these spaces, is that sometimes as men, because it appears that you don't have respect for Black women. And when you speak about us or speak to us, it comes across as being disrespectful, which puts us in a position that we feel we have to defend ourselves. And then when we do that, it just creates this cycle where then you say, see, this is exactly what I'm telling you. This is why Black women are terrorists. And it doesn't help the situation.
Okay, so, but let me do this for you then. Have you ever heard me explain to you what I mean by terrorists?
Yes.
Can you give me some insight so I can just make sure we tracking? Because I don't think you know.
My thing is, you said that you had your little list. I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember what was on your list.
That's something different. See, so you don't know, right? So you may tell you.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, my definition of terrorists is Black women, because me, I only care about Black women. That's why I say keep it on Black. Me personally, I only care about Black women. So I don't care. If anything, we get other race, we use a blueprint. But my definition of terrorists is black women that use unlawful violence, intimidation, fear against black men and kids. And they say, why? Explain that. And I said, if you look at terrorists, they have no allegiance to nobody but themselves. They can blend in. Terrorists don't wear colors. Terrorists don't have a flag. Anybody can be a terrorist, right?
Correct. But typically when you're using the word terrorist, you're not saying anybody can be a terrorist, because based on that definition, any man on here could be a terrorist by that definition.
For the guys and women that watch me, they agree.
I want to jump in really quickly because I have to leave. I agree with Mistaken. I think black women, do a disservice and a dishonor to themselves. That's a whole different subject. I try to do my part behind closed doors, working with women, challenging myself, how I show up. That's a whole other different topic. I hold B. Taylor accountable. She holds herself accountable. So I agree. I think black women have a lot of work to do. I think black women place themselves in situations where they can be talked about, on the internet, and family dynamics and family communities, right? I think at some point we have to say, it's not the black man, you doing this on your own, and they just talking about it. But that's a completely different subject. But I just want to make sure that I do put that out there. I do believe, I don't know what black women are doing these days. When I look on the internet, I'm like, what the, like, for real, you know what I'm saying? You have become a sex symbol. You're dishonoring yourself. A lot of black women are not marriage material, when we think about what traditional marriage looks like. But I can go on and on and on and on. With that being said, it was a beautiful discussion. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in.
I like to have that conversation, Queen Sheba, because it's needed. And if you look at it, I don't hold no punches for men or women, because as black people, we've been holding punches on each other for too long that we cannot tell the truth to each other because we're black. And then your Uncle Tom, you're a self-hater, you hate your mama, you hate your daddy because you want to stand on the truth. And then if B. Taylor, you know what? Fuck it. I told B. Taylor this too. Sis, stand on your truth. Don't let nobody phase you. Did I not say that, B. Taylor?
Yeah.
And I said you would get respect for it. So nothing you will hear me saying to anybody and on these platforms that I'm going to ever change up. So now if you don't like me saying terrorist, mistaken, then guess what? Get on my side, Mr. Strong. If they ain't there, we ain't got nothing to talk about.
Well, the truth of the matter is, I support what you're trying to say, but the way that I present that message is definitely not the same. Everything that you say that you stand for, marriage, kids, family, I live that. So that's not the issue. Just because I live that does not mean I'm okay with seeing when other women are being disrespected. And I'm not just saying the terrorists. You have called women out of their name on the show.
Yeah, they really terrorists.
But my point being is, if you're sitting here talking about speaking to the fact, keeping emotion out of it, being, those things, you're not living by what you're standing on. And not just that, what I found very just out of line is that in those moments, I think as people in general, we need correction, right? And in those moments when that occur, I have not, and I had said this to Ricky when we were having that discussion, none of the men had stood in and corrected your behavior. And what I mean by correcting, I don't mean chastising you like a kid, but just saying, logic, let's not say that. Let's not call them out their names. Let's not do that. Nobody did.
Terrorists?
No, not the terrorists.
What?
No, I don't want to cuss, but
just give me the first letter of it.
Well, I've seen, I've seen you call somebody stupid ass motherfucker, stuff like that.
Okay, so
let me
hold
interrupt.
on,
Hold on, let me interrupt.
hold up.
Wait,
Don't let off the rope.
Let me
You
hold on.
let Miss
wait.
Taken finish
Let
her
me
point,
just
and
finish.
then I
Let me
want
just finish.
Alexander to also speak
And
because he hasn't said anything, and
yeah,
then
and
Bruiser.
and it wasn't just that. You know, but my point being is this: if we're talking about accountability, right? Accountability goes both ways. You can't be disrespectful, like I said. You can't and should you not be disrespectful in public, but then in private apologize or say certain things like, well, I didn't mean that. My thing is just just dealing with human nature, just being human, just being a good person. Part of it is if I, even if you stood on what you're saying, I'm not saying don't stand on what you believe, but if I'm telling you, listen, you offended me because you called me out my name, the logical thing I would think, or the right thing to do, is just say, I apologize for offending you. Even if you're standing on what you're saying, you could say, I apologize for offending you because that wasn't my intent, but you still feel how you feel. That's all, huh?
Misrepresented some. So
What did I misrepresent?
you saying I say things in public and apologize behind the scene?
No, I'm saying you shouldn't. I'm saying you should not be disrespectful in public, but then be respectful behind behind the scenes. And
Wait. You got to add context to that because you opened up a back room. So who am I disrespectful to in public and it's different behind the scenes?
I'm using a general statement, and the reason I'm saying it, no, hold on, Logic. I'm gonna explain to you why.
But no, you can't do that because if you're talking to me and you're using these general statements, I'm assuming it's directly at me because you're talking to me. So
I am, but hold on, I am. But this is my point. I can't, and I know you're gonna feel some kind of way, but it is what it is. I can't speak on somebody else's experience with you directly in terms of personal. And I know you know what I'm referring to. Hold on, Logic. I know you know what I'm referring to.
I don't.
It's not my place to speak somebody else's business. So I'm not, and I'm gonna stand on that. All I'm saying is, Logic, your words matter whether you think they do or not. And all I'm asking or stating is just be mindful of that sometimes. I'm not saying you don't have to speak on, you don't have to, you don't have to tailor how you feel in terms of what your beliefs are and your points. All I'm saying is we can be respectful in doing so. That's just my main point. Because when feelings get hurt or people feel personally attacked, and that's not your position and that's not your intent, then I think it's okay to apologize for that. Sometimes when we're talking about, oh, I'm standing 10 toes down or whatever, that sometimes this 10 toes down it doesn't mean I can continue
y'all got to stop that. Just like Queen Sheba wanted me to apologize to be Taylor for how I made her feel.
It's not about how you made me feel. It's you laid out something from the beginning that did not need to even be said, and it laid out the foundation and the tone throughout the entire video and how people perceive my back and forth with this woman. That's what the only thing that we were talking about. Now, Alexander, did you want to jump in and say something, and then Bruiser?
How y'all doing?
I'll go out.
I just want to pitch in and say something because I also saw the video also, and to me it's like, so black men want to be respected, but by others by tearing down black women. I mean, is this how it is? If this is how it is, then I don't get why other groups of men should respect us, because we dog black women on their looks, and we say their education means nothing, and they're now saying do not date women in their 30s go after them when they're young. So in my case, at this point in my mind, I'm like, damn, maybe we don't deserve the black woman. Maybe we need to work on ourselves and, stop complaining all the time. We always complain about racism. We always do that. And instead of thinking about the future, we always complain about racism. Now I'm hearing if a black woman gets with a non-black man, that's right. That's destroying the black family. How is that destroying the black family? I'm still trying to figure that one out. How is that destroying the black family? And
Taylor,
can I respond to him?
Hold on, B. Taylor, can you? I don't know if you can put what's the person's name? Impressive. Put them in, timeout, because it's just disrespectful, and this is what I'm talking about the respect.
Where's my moderators at?
Disrespectful behavior. It's just nasty. And that's the part that I was talking about. When you begin to allow disrespect from one, it's just like a domino effect. And it is just, impressive. It's disgusting what you just said. And I'm calling that out. It's disgusting. And it hurts my heart, like for real. It hurts my heart the way that we treat each other. And yes, I am getting emotional because being in this space, I've seen it. And it makes me feel like the goal is not to make us better. The goal is to continue with this cycle of being disrespectful to each other and giving other people permission to disrespect us. And then we feel like we need to be disrespected. And then we begin to disrespect ourselves. And it's just disgusting that you would even say something like that. And impressive or whatever your name is disgusting.
Thank you.
Yes, I said what I said, and I'm in my emotion about that.
It's
what
okay,
you said was disgusting.
Miss Token, you have every right to do that. You have every right. But see, this is getting old. I'm sick and tired of seeing it. So maybe and then when they are in trouble, they expect black women to be there front and center. I mean, you can't have it both ways. I mean, come on. I mean, it's either you love the black woman or you don't. You can't have it both ways. Okay,
right,
because
let me respond to you, Alexander. Let me just respond. I mean, you can talk all day, but I'm just gonna respond to you, and then I'm gonna respond to Mistake. So, you're entitled to your opinion, Alexander. It's not dragging the black woman down. It's a response to the tearing down of the black nuclear family, in which black women has a huge stake in the voting power that participated in it. It goes back to all kind of policy changes that date all the way back to the 1940s, 50s, 60s, 70s, whatever you want to call it. And in response to mistaken.
Hold on real quick and take off unbroken smoke too. Yes, I'm calling it out. Yeah.
So in response to you mistaken, I get what you're saying. I can't control how other men hurl insults or classify women they do not agree with during these streams. I do know that the men I've been on the panel with are very well knowledgeable on who they can and who they cannot endure negative, words or insults that those, women may deem overwhelming, because I'm very well knowledgeable of it. So I know that other men are. And if I can dial it back for the sake of offending a woman, I know they can too, but they are in control of how they behave. And if you know how they behave and still participate in the same space, I assume you embrace it and have the ability to endure it. But when you show different, you confuse myself and others who believe, you can hold your own. And that's what I call not having accountability. And B. Taylor, I'm not trying to tell you, what you can do with the fluence you currently have in your space, in your community. But if I were you, I think you should look at this as a challenge and repolish your points, strengthen your ideology in regards to what you believe, and accept the request to be back on the show and just come back harder.
but you do understand black men like have different standards for black women. Black men can be married and have like all these children by different women, and yet still expect a black woman, to be childless when they date them. It's still yet double standard, brother, man.
I think we have government statutes and laws in place to muzzle that and suppress that in a way to where it punishes black men for behaving like that. On the other hand, and I think me and B. Taylor actually went back and forth as far as accountability when I was giving examples on how the current state in the society we live in actually holds men accountable regardless if they want to or not. So regardless if a man want to go out there and have babies, 30 kids, he's going to be held accountable. It's the system and it's the society and the laws and statutes that y'all actually voted in power to enforce that. So there is accountability on the black man or whatever man.
Well, that's a double-edged sword, though, because and the reason I say this, the accountability does start with the individual first and foremost. It always starts with you first, right? But the fact that there was a need for some of those laws to come in place, that's the double-edged sword, because even though the fact that women and men were having children out of wedlock, that's the first problem. That's individual accountability. But then because of that behavior and nobody's taking individual accountability, there was a need to put certain laws in place because it wasn't about the women. It was about taking care of the kids.
But see, that's the thing, mistaken. I get what you're saying, but you're passing off for the points that we actually target. So when we men get on these spaces, we tend to be very pinpoint, and we go straight to it. I get it's an individual responsibility, but it's also accountability on who has control in that specific scenario. When you're talking about kids, who has control on whether or not a baby comes in this world? Who has control on whether a man gets to have sex? We want to bypass that, and we just want to pull it back to, okay, well, you shouldn't just put it in there and drop your seed. But it takes consent, right?
It takes two.
It does take two, but it only takes one to consent. Even when you're drunk, you can't even get consent. So it's a consent thing. And we just try to look over. We only look over consent when it comes to alcohol in a case where you're in front of the judge for rape. That's when we look at consent. But other than that, we don't look at it.
And I think that goes back to the point at hand, which we're talking about right now, which was the discussion that Pearl brought up about, how it's not a good look for, just pointing out the bad things about marriage to men, because if you're not married, then that means you'll be having kids out of wedlock, right? So you can't have one argument and then agree with the other argument, because they all lead to the same place.
Outcome.
The same outcome.
So it's
hey,
go ahead,
and I saw a clip where Pearl. Now this is why I don't agree with the Manosphere. You mean to tell me you agree with Pearl that a woman has to give up, or the man is gone? This is why I still look down on Kevin Samuels, because he said the same thing. I don't respect a man like that. I don't respect black men who think like that. Black men who think like that, to me, I see one thing, and I see a narcissist filled with nothing but manipulation and abuse. That's what I saw in Kevin Samuels when he said black women can't give it up on the first date. How am I supposed to respect a black man like that when he said that? And there is no way you can tell me that he didn't say it, because he did say it. And I don't know if you heard it, Bunser, or the black intellectual heard him say it, but I heard him say it. I heard him say it big time. And the thing up here, this pump and dump culture, this has to stop. And putting black women down for their accomplishments, that also has to stop too. Because think about when you really think about it, how like how can we be mad at a black woman going to get her education and actually doing something for herself? I mean, I would rather have an educated black woman than to be with a woman, who doesn't know nothing. That's
Thank
who
you,
I'd rather be with.
Alexander. Thank you so much. No, I appreciate it. And if when I do another panel live, you're definitely more than welcome to come on, because I do have to start wrapping this up soon. But I do want the Black intellectual to give his commentary before we wrap up.
Okay, thank you.
Taylor, I feel like you set me up with Alexander. No, I'm just kidding.
I didn't want to cut anybody off. I didn't want to be rude or anything. So thank you for letting me come on. So, because I feel like I said stuff in the chat, but everybody else who was talking trash didn't want to come on. So I figured I might as well come on and just speak my piece in person, But I don't want to come off disrespectful. But like, okay. So the thing is, what you said is true about the whole pump and dump culture has to stop. But like, who incentivizes that? It's not men who incentivize it, and it's this thing where it's like black women are saying. You mentioned on the Lapeef Network show, Miss Taylor, about white men and Hispanic men and Asian men want to build their communities, and black men just don't seem to want to.
Did I say that? When did I say that?
Something when you were about to ask Coach K about what their men do.
But I didn't say that they don't build their communities. I was going to ask her a question about specifically the pay range and the $40,000 acceptance. I did not say anything about them building the communities, and we don't build the communities. I was saying that in these talking spaces, Black women in particular are being told that you should just be with a man no matter how much money he makes. So my question for her was, is that the same narrative that is being said to your in your community? Are your parents raising you with that mindset? That's all I wanted to take from it. We didn't have any other different men of different cultures to comment on that.
Right. So I would say that the this is probably beating a dead horse, but a lot of black men, there are a good number of black men who go to college. I'm one of them. I had to start late, but that's not another day. And there are black women on said college campuses with black men on those campuses, and they don't give them any time of day whatsoever. And I'm sitting here and I hear black women say these things like there aren't any smart black men around, there aren't any good black men around, there aren't any black men working, but there are black men out here working with said black women in said institutions, and the black women don't want to give them any time of day.
So are we talking about just so you're saying this guy doesn't get not one woman who wants to be with this guy, or is it just the girls that he doesn't want that's not talking to him? So you're saying that one person, there's nobody who's giving him time of day.
Well, the big complaint is that black men who go to college only want to be with white girls and the Asian girls and Hispanic girls, which I don't think that's true. I've heard a lot of black women, because I'm from Philly, so I've heard a lot of black women in my community in Philadelphia say this. And I'm like, I don't think that's true. I think a lot of black men want to be with black women, but let's be honest, do black women want the educated guy? Because I always hear educated lame when the black guy goes to college. I hear educated lame all the time. Why is that even a term in our community? That's not a term in any other community. So why is educated lame in our community?
Yeah, but black intellectual, you're not seeing what I'm seeing on YouTube. You're not seeing what Miss Taken is seeing on YouTube. You're not seeing what
I do see it.
Yeah, black men like Kevin Samuels is up here saying to get younger women instead of women like that's like in their 30s and 40s and all that stuff. Why is he saying that? It's because older women understands how the mind of a black man who wants to use them works. That is why they're saying that. But then, like as I said again, they expect black women to come to their defense. Like what happened to Toby Obum Sully? See, in my book, he was thinking with the looks column. He wasn't thinking about whether he was going to be treated, right by Courtney. He didn't even think that. He only thought that, hey, she's a white girl, and I like her, and
Mr.
she look,
Elephant,
and
That didn't.
can I interject really quick? Just to kind of address what you were saying, a Black intellectual. I think what happens is this. When we begin to surround ourselves, like when most of our experiences, when we speak about, well, Black men are this or Black women are that, the reason is because our experiences are limited to Black people, right? So when we have those experiences, what happens is we tend to generalize that. When we look at the bigger picture, most women that we're talking about, like Shantae said before, is that a lot of times these women are the loud minority, right? So we see them more on in the YouTube street. If you're following YouTube, the more that you look and click on these videos, guess what? It sets the algorithm up. So now you're going to end up being shown the same type of videos over and over again. Then you follow certain channels that have the same echo chamber over and over again. So what happens is you begin to see the same thing over and over, and you begin to think that this is what is going on. When the truth of the matter, the vast majority of us fall in the middle, where we're not at the top percent of 1% earners or 10% earners, or at the bottom. A lot of us do fall in that middle. But what happens is I was talking to Shantae before and saying, when I was driving, my initial car, when I had a Camry before, I noticed everybody else that had Camrys too. But then when I got a new car, then I began to notice how many other people had that same car. And that's because I began to be intentional and actually noticing that, because I was looking for it. But when you're not looking for it, you don't see it. So when you're intentional and looking for, all women and Black women are 304, guess what? Your eyesight, your mindset is always going to be attracted to seeing that 304. So you're going to bypass all of the other women that you end up seeing that don't fall into that category. Same thing with men as women. If we're looking for, men that's top 10%, we're not going to run into many of those guys. We're just not. Statistically, we can't.
Correct. But here's the thing. We
shapes our view and opinion of each other because we don't step outside of that. I've met white men, not in dating, but even when we had the meet and greet in Atlanta, we were having a conversation and just brought in a white couple that we happened to see. And she said she overheard us talking and was like, wow, I must not be a good wife because I don't do all of this stuff that I hear y'all women are talking about. I don't even do that.
She said they eat out every day.
She's like, I don't cook.
But my question is, so why is it that if a Black man, specifically as Black women don't get this in my opinion, if a Black man articulates himself in a specific way, a lot of the women that like I said, this is a personal thing that's happened to me and a lot of other brothers I know, we're told we talk white, or you articulate yourself too well and you sound like a lame.
You're right. Why is that you are
thing, though?
That's the women. I've gotten that too by people who told me that I talk white, whatever that means. But I've been told that
women that you are encountering.
Yeah, those are that.
Let me just say this. I had this conversation with a group of kids at my school, and they're the smart kids, the guys, and they're like, you know what? This is not popular. This goes into this. This is not popular. But what they're doing is they're overlooking that girl who does like him. Maybe she's a little lame too, and she likes him, but he don't want her.
Yeah,
he wants the popular girl. You know what I'm saying?
Nah.
That is. I think that is a big.
Can I?
Go ahead.
Can I jump in here right quick?
Yeah, go ahead. I can say right quick is that I do have to log off soon. That goes to a little birthday party, so I do have to wrap up soon. So I'm gonna have Jay Norris say his, and then if anybody want to respond,
hey, let me on. I'm gonna head out. I'm appreciate it. Hope you can unblock me.
Well, I'm gonna unblock you. Just I don't like some of the stuff you were saying. I was seeing a lot, and I just saw some things back. I'm gonna block you.
Just talk. You can talk to me about that on
Okay.
live.
All right.
Well, I'm gonna keep it brief. I want to address two topics. First, the topic that just came up about boys date. That's not the way boys operate. Number one, because that's completely disingenuous. A man doesn't care if she's popular, if she's a nerd, or if she's in the library.
Attraction, right?
It's attraction. She can be the lamest. She can be the lamest girl. Well, if he's not attracted to her, then he's not attracted to her.
But see, that's who you can get. Don't men say you need to go with what you can get, right? Is that not true? You guys tell women that all the time. You're dating out your level.
But the argument you made was because he wasn't attracted for her, she's a good girl. No, just because she's unattractive doesn't make her a good person. She can be an ugly, terrible person.
People, I'm talking about
Oh, so just because a dude is not attracted to her, that doesn't make her a good girl? See,
yes.
And this is B. Taylor. You see why I said the statements I made?
Yeah, no, I do. This is gonna have to be for a different topic or a different.
But I want to address. Okay, let me address what I came up here to address. I just want to make a comment on that. But the thing about the $40,000 a year, let's make one thing clear. Most Americans, like 50% of Americans, make less than $40,000 a year. Only about like less than 20% of Americans actually make over 50. When they say white men make over 50, men make the most money into their 40s and 50s. That's when men's top earnings, and that caps out with white men at $50,000 a year. White men typically get married in their late 20s, early 30s. Most of them at the point when they're getting married is not making $50,000 a year. So when we talk about you have to wait, are other groups of women being told to marry men who make less than 40 or less than 50? Yes, because what they're doing is they're marrying the man and they're working together till the whole family gets up there into that higher bracket. What we do in Black America is we expect to marry the already made man. And that creates a lot of sugar daddy situations where you're looking at men who make a lot of money, but guess what? They're older.
Yeah. I if you actually had heard my stance on it, I didn't agree with the women who were trying to down the men who were making that much, especially at my age. I'm like, there's men who still are trying to build. Like, I'm not like at 30, like, like not every man is there at that point. I know that their prime is a little bit older. So that's why I said grace and depending on where you live. But, who is that background? Like, let me mute you. But yeah, Shantae, sorry. I know you wanted to say something, and then that'll probably be our last wrap up because I do have to go soon. Did you want to say something on that?
Oh no, I agree with. I think that he's right. And when you're in your 20s, it's a build moment. But I think that too, the vetting is there. Like, it's not that they're just going with a guy who's making low. They're looking at what is he doing. Most of these women are dating in college, so he's on a path. They're able to see what path he's on, and he's working towards that. And let's just be honest. The divorce rate, I know a lot of white people on their second and third husband at my age. And I'm like, goodness, girl, you like to marry, don't you? But not to say that they're all like that, because let's just be honest, a lot are not. But we can't just say they're just picking guys and there's no plan there. Usually they look at the family. There's a lot of vetting that goes into that piece. So we have to make sure we know that part as well. But he's right. I agree with everything that, that he said about that.
I think this has been a very productive conversation. Like I said, I'm all about solutions. So I appreciate everyone who hopped on here and hopped on camera. I just had to clarify some things that went on. So I'm glad it was a great discussion. Will you see me back on the Lapeef? As for right now, I don't, this backlash right now, this is a lot to deal with. Sorry, I just had to put us ladies on back on here. But yeah, it was a lot to deal with, and I'm still processing a lot. The amount of bullying that I got was just a lot on my mental health. So therefore, I don't know if it's, I don't know, I'm just going to say, I don't know. But you can find me here on my channel. If you're new to my channel, go ahead and subscribe. Make sure you like this, and if you want to react to it, just keep it respectful. That's all I ask. So you can find Cheek Critique. Where can they find you guys?
I want a sheet critique. I mean, you can click the. I don't know if you can just Google sheet critique and it'll pop up. But yes, we'll be starting back Wednesday, I think. But yes, thank you, and everybody who showed up today. Thank you guys for being so.
And then also Queen Sheba, you can also find her channel as well. We usually are on the crew season. So thank you, ladies, so much. I really appreciate y'all. I think this was a very very good conversation.
It was needed. So.
It was well needed, and I appreciate y'all for
Watch, people are gonna try to clip it up to make us try to look bad. They always like these little clips. I'm like, come on, guys, look at the whole story. Don't look at clips. Look at the whole story.
Yeah, no, yeah, well, that's expected. So people are gonna keep reacting, but at least they know that I have this video here to clarify a lot of things that went on. So. All right. Thank you, ladies, so much. And I'm just going to go ahead and adios. See ya.